Can you recall? Is that what happens?
Yeah, I will not recall, but I suspect we dropped him first.
Okay. And the ANC political affairs, which they said they were going to Ganyesa for, didn't happen.
No, it happened before we went to see Apollos.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we went early,
Okay.
ran some errands, and finally we went to see them.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see. So, Mr. Apollos and Mr. Matonsi they both have said in their version, and I suppose you will recall, that the Premier commended Mr. Apollos and for his courage, and that he grabbed the bull by the horns. Do you recall that version they mentioned here?
I think there's an exaggeration.
Oh.
To grab the bull by its horns. No, I've never said that.
Yeah, well, they say it's a watered down version of what was actually said. But well, let me show you what. Going back to Mr. Apollos' affidavit, let me see. So, yeah, page 14 of Mr. Apollos' bundle WB4.
Mr. Apollos.
Apollos, yeah. WB4,
Number.
page 14, 1-4, paragraph 26, the very top paragraph there. He says,
1-4.
Yeah, P14, paragraph 26, at the top of the page, yeah.
Paragraph 26. Okay. Okay, yes.
Yeah, it starts reading Mr. Sejaka's visit. Yes, Mr. Sejaka's visit had only resulted in me getting moral support. Mr. Mokgosi commended my courage and encouraged me to fight on. By word of mouth, he showed me great support for my cause, and I was motivated by a man whom I did not know would later become a premier.
Okay. Now, SC.
Yes, sir.
When you invite me to your house, you have already gone to court in March. You lost a case on an agency basis. You invite me for audience. You take me through your points as it relates to the case. In the process, you explain even your financial challenges, but you are saying, I'm going to soldier on and fight for justice. That's you who's telling me. You don't need my support, you don't need my encouragement. Because you're already in court. You lost the agency, you have filed for a normal role. Now, what more do you want from me to encourage you than to say, no, fine, I agree. I hear what you are saying, you are in court, you've got the right legal team, you are pursuing this matter. It's okay, it's fine. What more should I do or say? If that means support and courage, well and good, is fine, because I agree that you are in court, you are fighting for a just cause. Proceed.
Yes, okay. Well, it's because, and this is really for the benefit of you telling the committee your own story, if you like. So you have, one is Mr. Apollos, and the other is Mr. Matonzi, conveying to the ad hoc committee in their affidavits what they say Mr. Mokgosi said to Mr. Apollos. And it's so that the committee is not left with that particular version not put to you to respond, you see, so that they can know, but what does Mr. Mokgosi say about that version? Does he say, yes, I did say that? Or does it say, no, that's not what I said? What I said is this, or I didn't say anything at all? It's that particular, for that particular reason that I'm showing you what they said. Yeah. Because why didn't the SC put that version to him?
No. I'm not sure, SC, because it's like putting words into somebody's mouth. That verbatimly you will say, this is what I said. And I'm explaining how this person narrated his version and the circumstances and where he is and what is his resoluteness on the matter. Now I'm asking and I'm saying, on the basis of that I said, fine, I heard what you are saying.
Yes.
Okay, it's all right. Proceed. That's what he's telling me.
So, sorry, just for the sake of completeness, I want to read it also from Mr. Matonzi's affidavit, which is WB6.
WB6.
Yeah. I don't know whether you, page, yeah, B6, page 7. Page 7, paragraph 12.
7 starts with 13.
Page 7 of WB
Yes.
6. Is that the right file?
WB6.
Yeah.
So page 6, that's where 12 is?
Yes, page
Yes.
6.
Yeah, page 6, yeah.
Page, oh, your page, how is that? It should be page 7, paragraph 12. Just assist for us there, please.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Sorry, Chair, we forgot to. We forgot
No,
to get
I saw that 7 is on top and 12, yeah, it's okay.
You know, we forgot to let the attorney place herself on record, or did we? She did?
Yeah.
Okay. So it starts by saying Honorable Mokgosi never brought any documents to this meeting, nor did he express a keen interest in the outcome of the matter. He also did not display any personal feelings on the matter, nor did he hunger for an adverse finding against Mr. Sekhapo. Rather, he commended Mr. Apollos for grabbing the bull by the horns and encouraging him to fight against the rot in the municipality. You know, You are not, you still say the same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
Yes, that if in their, this is their version.
Okay.
My version is what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, if in their own interpretation, it was supporting Apollos
Yes.
to say, if what you are saying, it's a just cause and that's what you believe in, and you are resolute, then proceed.
Proceed.
Yes, and if that means taking the bull by its horn, it's okay. It's all right.
Okay. Now, let me say this in regard to also putting more context to that question about, you as the more senior of all, and senior in terms of position, your position, the ANC, and so on. Here is a recruitment process, and the issue there is about the qualifications of one of the applicants. They write in the affidavit, we went to court, the court said it's premature, now they are waiting for the MEC to make a decision whether to concur or not concur with the appointment. Before the Premier could do that, there is this meeting, and I'm painting to you the picture of the context in which these developments are taking place. And here is Mr. Sejake with this documentation, which it is unclear how he has obtained them. Now, the recruitment process is regulated by law. The Systems Act, Section 54 sub A, deals with that. The regulations on the appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers deals in detail with what should be looked for or looked at in the process of recruitment. The role players are clearly identified in the legislation. The municipal council is the one that appoints the municipal manager. In the recruitment process, a selection panel is the one that does the interviewing and selection. At the tail end of that process, you have the MEC who does the concurrence or not. So this is a legally defined and legally managed process. Does the meeting of this nature, even if, as you say, Premier, the purpose was one, but the purpose became something else in the meeting, doesn't it outrageous you? Doesn't it make you upset that you call me the chief whip, and you're going to tell me more what the chief whip does? Sounds like a that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And guys, I'm going to whip you.
Yeah.
Because you are straying outside of the regularities of the law. Isn't that how you engage with them? Well, I'm asking whether, shouldn't you have engaged with them like that?
I understand what you're
Yes.
saying. You see, if we are to have the understanding that wherever one goes, if you are a leader or you are having a particular responsibility, then you go around having a tag called Premier, Chief Whip, MEC, President, will be problematic. Because if you are born from a community, you are socialized within a society. There are people that you grow with, you go to school with, you work with them. So the assumption that you go around being a chief whip will be misleading. Now, in a democratic society like South Africa, I can associate with anybody in my own personal capacity. Now, I can't go everywhere and say I'm a premier. And every time I'm judged on being a premier. When am I a husband to a certain person? When am I a father? When am I a comrade? And so on and so on. When am I a friend to so and so? So a discussion of friends cannot be ascribed where I now should use my chief whip or my premier status and now begin to rule over everybody using that status. It will not be acceptable. So what it will then it means is, even when I'm sitting with people outside a church or outside a shebeen, I'll still be said to be that you were supposed to say this because you are this. Even when people are just socializing. Now, I understand what you are saying, but
yes.
These are friends.
Yes.
They are friends, and they speak, they discuss. I'm part of them. I could not at that stage say now, I'm no more your friend now, I'm a chief whip and this is what I'm saying. Yes. And it was a discussion not of leadership of structures. It was not a structure meeting. It was friends talking, you know. And I think I tried earlier on to demonstrate the relationship of Mr. Matonzi, Mr. Sejake, Doreen Mariri. These are intimate friends, very intimate, taking care of each other more than just any other person. If I must really have to demonstrate, very intimate. Then they extend it to Mr. Apollos. So as the way they relate and talk and associate, it's more than just being leaders, it's more than just being friends, because at times they even assist each other without expectation of others retaining whatever fee, like brotherhood and so on. So I'm saying it is just in that context that the relationship was more of brothers and sisters sitting together.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure. Yes. Now, I think what you're saying is context is all important. And I agree with you. If you are in a social event, if we go to what soccer, you and I, if we go to watch a boxing match, you know it's going to be a different social environment. You use the word social. But this context, and I'm sure you're going to appreciate this, is in the picture of the background I've painted, the factual circumstances of where you find yourself, and not you personally, but the matter. You spoke strongly about, at this time, the deployment committee of the ANC had realized, or the engagement committee, you can call it that way, there are irregularities in this. We are not supporting this appointment. And in your affidavit, you do point out the municipality defied, the municipal council, you say, defied that position of the ANC. Here are your, and I'm going to call them comrades, who are gripped, seized by this matter. One of them is bringing a court application to challenge the very appointment made, shall I say, defiant appointment made by the municipal council. So this context is not a social, typical social soccer match, boxing match situation. And And my concern is the comrades are bringing you to discuss an issue which they say is of national public importance. So they didn't use the word national, they say public importance, but it has the ANC features in it. These are all ANC people. This is an application by ANC councillors, and they are saying the municipal council has defied the deployment committee. That context, that recruitment process, and the purpose, which is to one of Mr. Matonsi, for instance, talking of the purpose of the meeting. Sorry, I need to find my point. He talks about, it was about the irregularity of Sekhapo's appointment, lawful appointment of Sekhapo, which is on page 5, paragraph 6 of his affidavit. So the context just makes the issue not just social, but very serious in regard to governance at municipal level, on the one hand. On the other, and it should not be said to be unlawful, the political position of the ANC. I'm not saying it's unlawful for one moment, because the chairperson was at pains to explain that the policies of the governing party will influence how government is run. But this is that context. Will your response still be the same about carrying the tag?
It will, SC.
Okay.
But I think that we should understand it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the long and short of it.
So the irregularity, and perhaps some ad hoc committee members have used the word unlawfulness. The irregularity, I will place it at that level of the meeting. On reflection, does it concern you?
That the journey to Apollos was unlawful.
No.
Okay.
No, not the journey.
Okay.
The meeting, the irregularity of the meeting, does it concern you that an issue of the nature I've just described was discussed?
I don't know, the irregularity of the meeting. Which meeting?
Yes, the meeting at Mr. Apollos'
Yes.
place. That it got to discuss matters that pertain to a recruitment process with documentation of one of the applicants, or at the time, the applicant, the preferred candidate had already been appointed. That there are these documents at hand obtained pertaining to that process. So I'm talking about the irregularity of that, yeah.
No, it's what I said.
Yes.
That a bombshell described had documents relate to what you are saying,
Yes.
of a process which is in government. Now, Mr. Apollos is already in court on that matter. And therefore, it's a matter that is already in the courts. It means it's something that cannot be discussed freely. Now, somebody has this information, he brings it to us, we don't even know where it comes from. So it's a concept. That's why I said I kept quiet on that basis. But I was then helped by the views of the lawyers to say that thing does not exist, leave it, it's not an issue. It's not even going to help you. And that's how that matter was muted. So I still maintain that the answer I gave is that it was not a welcoming discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now let's fast forward to 3 years later, to the dot. 3 years later to the dot, the 2nd of April 2025. Mr. Sekhapo was here, Apollos, I beg your pardon. Let's see, he sends you WhatsApp messages which are found on pages of the reference bundle. You got the pages? I'll give you the pages. Pages 242. Which page are you at?
Bundle.
That's the reference bundle. RB1. Please go to 242 or 296. That's where you find the complete ones. Yeah. Then
Okay.
go to the
Where should I go?
page. I want the WhatsApp message that starts with good morning. Yes. Page 2.
Page 2.
3. 243.
245. Yeah, 243.
Yes.
MS 2.
Yes. You see there's a WhatsApp message there.
Good morning, Comrade Lazarus.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cllr. Okay, to do something. So this message, are you familiar with this message?
Yeah, I'm not,
Okay.
okay. I'm not sure, are they different? I remember only one of them. The
Okay.
one sent to me by Mr. Apollos.
Yes. As we understand from him, this is the first message and it's followed by the other one. So the pages are in reverse.
Okay.
But we can start with this one.
The 243.
Yes.
Okay.
You see there is, firstly, in black shaded, location, okay, leaving Freiburg. You see that?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, just below Tabo Apollos.
Come again?
Just below the name Tabo
Yeah.
Apollos,
Yeah.
location, okay, leaving Freiburg. Is that communication between you and him?
Yeah, I remember the one where we spoke about location
Yes.
for the meeting or the journey that we took.
We've spoken about just
Yes, yes, yeah.
now. Okay, then there is this WhatsApp message. Up. Please don't arrive. No. Stay in that meeting. Yes. Says, good morning, Kadalazi Mokgosi. Today is the 2nd April 2025. That 3 years later, since you drove from Freiburg to pay me a visit, like Nicodemus of old. While Nicodemus' meeting with Jesus was held in the middle of a night, catering for two, your meeting on the 2nd April 2023 with me catered for 3 more people, and their names are mentioned: Doreen Mariri, Albakwe Matonsi, and Boy Sejaki. Kada Premier, were you the Premier at this? That's last year. Premier. So you were already the Premier, I guess, at the time. Are you looking at
Yeah.
something else that...
No, I'm following.
You're
what
following.
Yeah.
He says, Cllr Premier, I wish you to know, it is with much pain that I write you the reflections of that meeting on the 2nd April 2023. The pain is caused by the fact that you brought me a letter that spoke about Modisenyane Sekhapo, and this you made clear must never leak, because even the then MEC of Cllr, Kada Nonomaloi, does not know about. Yes, as per your instructions, I worked on that letter. Between you and me, of course, with those 3 other persons, you know you have misled Kada Nonomaloi as the MEC of Cllr, hence Naledi is where it is today. Now let's pause here for a moment. Go back up. Yes. What can you tell the ad hoc committee about this, Premier? And I'm deliberately just putting that open-ended.
No, nothing. Nothing. I think Apollos is better positioned to tell you about the WhatsApp message, what he meant. But he was here.
Exactly.
I'm not sure what did he say. I didn't have an opportunity to listen to him. But he's the person better positioned to explain what he said, what was the context, what was the reason, which letter is he talking about, and if he's in possession of that letter, why is it not part of his affidavit that I said he must write? And I'm not sure that the letter that he speaks about, where was it going? To who? To do what? Because I don't know, but he's better positioned to explain. Because that's why I did not respond to the message. I never responded to this message because I did not understand it.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, whether you responded to
No, I never responded to it. I looked at it and I was shocked. What is this all about? Where is this man? He's talking things that I don't know. If you say that I said to you must write a letter, you should be saying to me, I said you must write the letter to who and what should be in the letter. So he's not even speaking, or did he tell the committee what was the message which was supposed to be carried in the letter? And the letter was supposed to go to who? To do what? So I realized that, but let me tell you something that upon listening
Yes.
To the proceedings.
Please do.
I can tell you, Mr. Sekhapo, in his own version, he said, at some point he blocked Mr. Apollos, then he unblocked him, phone through another phone, they had discussions and so on and so on. It's very clear that at some point they found each other. And all these messages, I've come to a conclusion that were messages agreed and created. And I've got even reasonable suspicion that this one was created for me to respond. And it was not the reason why I did not respond. But I now come to a conclusion. Because if you recall, Mr. Sekhapo said there were other WhatsApp messages. And you will pardon me to what I'm going to say. But yes, that's what they said, if I must quote them. Mm-hmm. Some of the message was saying, Lazim Mokgosi utlo bona mashepa. Between them, the two of them. And he said, these are not, the Premier cannot go so low. I'm quoting Mr. Sekhapo. The message that was referred and created an impression, even at the sitting of the committee, That's this message which was going with a word that said, what the hell? The impression was that it's me when I received this message. And Mr. Sagapo said, no, it's not the Premier, it's us. And it's me who said, what the hell?
Yes, correct.
That's what he said.
He came and corrected it here.
Yes, and I've now come to a conclusion that at some point there was a concerted effort, because Mr. Sagapo says they had agreed with Mr. Apollos that now Vryburg has united. They have unified Vryburg against this intruder from Pampierstad, who came here poor, with no qualification to become a direct. I can't live another day without him being, with him being a Premier. When I watch TV, I appears I change stations. That's what he said, Mr. Sagapo, here. Meaning, he even said they were meeting and discussing with Mr. Apollo. So I've come to a conclusion that at some point these messages were people sitting together, creating messages, and at some point even doing fictitious WhatsApp message. That's how I see it from where I'm sitting. So I'm saying that even when they are saying that I went Nicodemously in the evening, the times, and I said, okay, now I can see the bigger picture.
So Mr. Apollos did confirm that you did not respond to him. He did confirm that. And in fact, he was saying the screenshots themselves do not come from his phone. So it would be apparent when Mr. Sagapo came here that they actually came from his phone. It would seem that, because he does say you have a correct recollection. Mr. Apollos phoned him and said, open your WhatsApp message. There's one, the second one says Bula, WhatsApp, go at the top. But I want to show you at the behind there, because there's further communication. There is that what the hell. Then he says, I knew T-Bone, because apparently that's what they call Mr. Apollos. I knew T-Bone, this guy is what? Something man behind my troubles. Then there are other messages, WhatsApp messages, which I will not be able to read because the cameraman is standing right in front of me. Yeah. Go to the other ones. The one the Premier was talking about. Yes, I think these are the more messages between the two of them. Yeah. So, firstly, there's a voice call made out. There's no answer. And then the next message is morning ra. Then I'm not sure what is this. Oh, Gay Teapot. Gay Teapot. Oh, he's reporting himself. Call you later. Yeah, because Mr. Sagapo explained how Mr. Apollos held him in great regard. And then there's a message, Busile. Meeting went supremely well last night. Everybody except Advocate Groep was there. Colin handled it very well, very, very well. And there are some of the messages I'm not going to read. I want to call men. I wanted to call men last night. Vryburg ikitlani. Ijohulazi. Then they say, what you have said. Okay. The meeting was unanimous that he is our guest who just overstayed his welcome. And there are voice calls there. Okay, so are you saying, on reflection, saying to the committee, you think the two had reconciled?
That's what I'm saying. It's glaring that there were meetings here which were taking place, discussions, and you can safely say that there was a discussion of this guest who has overstayed, who must go, and you can hear that
Yes.
people who were involved in discussions. You have Mr. Colin Maine, your deputy speaker, he was here. That's what Sahapo confirmed when he was asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he chaired the meeting very well.
Except
But this man must leave.
Except I can't recall what was his version on that meeting.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what he said. He was asked by Honorable to declare the name, Tsolo, and he did divulge the name.
Yes, no, the name I recall, but I'm not sure what the meeting was about. I can't recall what was his version on the meeting. Whether it was a meeting about you or a meeting about something else, I can't recall.
See, the message is clear. The discussion was about me.
Okay.
That this man who was described here by his own submission, Mr. Sahapo, that this man must leave, must even step aside. He's an intruder, he's a guest, he has overstayed. It's me. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that. And I'm saying, your deputy speaker of the legislature who procured and participated, that will be sitting here today, he participated. And he was getting briefing of this Mokgosi must fall project. So that's what I'm saying to you. So it's fine. We can proceed.
Yeah, okay. So that's fine. I'm just placing it on record. I can't recall what his version of the meeting was, because I don't want accusations tomorrow. But you're talking about this, the deputy speaker who was present at the meeting that created this ad hoc committee. Is that what you're saying? I understand you were in that meeting?
Of the legislature?
Yeah.
Yes, I was there.
What did you vote? Yes or no for the meeting?
For voting for the
ad hoc committee.
The ad hoc is a decision of the legislature.
Yeah, okay.
It's okay. I think if there is anything, then if there's a reason to investigate, it must be.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to that first message. Yeah, then there's the second one. No, go to the bundle, to the reference bundle. Yeah, then there's this Bula WhatsApp. And then fast forward, on the dawn of March 2025, you linked up with the EFF senior politician and called my lawyer with intents to have my case jeopardized because, nice. Let me bring this to your attention. The case of Sekhapo will be resolved not as per your wish to further cause confusion and divisions in the Northwest Province. In fact, as a revolutionary, I'm duty-bound to defend Sekhapo against you, and that's what is now going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Chair, they will translate it later. Like Martin Luther of old, what is about to happen to me, I do not know, and I care less to know. But as the 1946 Youth League informed President General Alfred Kuma, I wish to inform you, you are not going to be the next ANC provincial chairperson. Stay tuned. And I raised this concern with him, if you watched the hearing. I'm saying a concern in inverted commas, but it's what one sees here, that he is accusing you of something. And I'm troubled by your silence. I'm troubled by your silence because if this man is falsely accusing you, naturally one would expect you would say, don't do this to me. What is this about? What are you doing? And it's rather going into further details on the second page about you approaching an EFF leader, an EFF senior politician, and called my lawyer with intents to have my case jeopardized because you wish to leer Sekhapo. And I want you to comment further, Premier, on this. My observation is, it troubles if you don't respond to a false accusation, if it is false.
You see, when you have to reflect to this message,
Yes.
these people, they speak about the EFF leader and Sekhapo discussing a legal matter. Where do I feature here? Where do I feature? I don't understand. They are talking. That EFF leader, I assume it's Munpedi because it's the one from the EFF who came here. That's my assumption. Sekhapo and Apollos. Now, I'm accused also now here of trying to save Sekhapo, if you read this message. We are trying to resolve the matter.
Yeah.
Previously, I'm the devil who wanted Sekhapo gone. Now, when the EFF leader comes here, the allegation is that now I'm involved, now trying to jeopardize the case, Yaha Apollos. He's actually accusing that I'm jeopardizing his case, and therefore, how such a huge contradiction. Some months ago, I was going for the head of Sekhapo. Months later, I'm now involved on wanting a settlement outside Apollos, whom I have encouraged to hold the bull by its horns. I somersault, I bring EFF, I go to Sekhapo, I want to jeopardize the case. I don't understand. This is what this means. So should I respond to such madness? I can't. You know, I'm running Northwest. I don't sleep. When I'm sleeping, I'm speaking. My wife says, but you are speaking and you must be sleeping. Serious challenges, problems. I can't be wasting time responding to things of this nature when I don't even understand the basis of them. But I understand, you know, the tallest trees catches wind. And that's how I understand.
They catch the wind. Okay, let's go to the, well, the name is there. Your name is there, Mokgosi. You are treading on thin ice. Let me bring this to your attention. The case of Sekhapo will be resolved not as per your wish to further cause confusion and divisions in the Northwest Province. In fact, as a revolutionary, I'm duty-bound to defend Sekhapo against you.
Hello, bit. I'm not sure. I have not beaten anybody.
Yeah,
So
he said it was euphemism.
okay. All right.
So he probably could have said it much worse than that. Yeah. So, but about the meeting, let's go to the first WhatsApp message. This meeting, and he addresses the WhatsApp message to you. He says, you drove from Freiburg to pay me a visit, like Nicodemus of old. Your meeting on the 2nd April 2023 with me catered for 3 more people. So according to him, this is you driving to Freiburg, you having a meeting with him, and catering for other 3. Cllr Premier, I wish you to know it is with much pain that I write you the reflections of that meeting on the 2nd of April 2023. The pain is caused by the fact that you brought me a letter. But before we get to the letter, he has said this meeting is your meeting with him. Like Nicodemus of old, but you came with 3 others.
Is he referring to the meeting of the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the first line, you will see. There is 2nd April 2025, 3 years later. And then he refers, your meeting on 2nd April 2023 years.
Yeah.
Now, this version is consistent with Sejake's version in his affidavit to the ad hoc committee. I'm sure you would have seen that. And that at the time, when there was no inquiry, there was no September 2025 joint oversight committee. This is in April, May, June, July, August, September, 5 months before that September, to the date as well, to September. You get this message 5 months before. There's no investigation, nothing. And as I said, your silence troubles an outsider. You know, they say silence means consent. And that's what I'm trying to hear you.
So you
tell the committee now, not suggest.
No, I'm saying the view is that I should have
the impression.
I should have gone into a dialogue.
No, I said no. Apollos, you are lying.
Maybe we are reacting differently to situations, and probably your understanding and my understanding and my involvement generally in politics, certain things will make you surprised. And the manner in which how people react to them. Ordinarily, you will be surprised, why are you not doing this? But people who are on a day-to-day environment of politics, some will understand why at times you keep quiet. Yeah, because in politics, 24 hours, it's a very long day.
Okay. Now, as I said, Mr. Sejake's affidavit is consistent with this version. He says that the meeting was arranged by you, the meeting of Khanyisa, sorry.
You mean the version of Mr. Sagapo?
No, Sejake.
Sejake, okay.
Yes, Sejake. So what is the page here? So his version is on bundle WB2. So just keep that one open, then look for WB2.
WB2.
From page 91.
Page
91. 91.
or 919.
Yeah, thank you. So from paragraph 4, so there's the heading there. Let's wait for the Premier to get there.
Paragraph 4.
Yes, from paragraph
Okay.
4 with the heading, the contents of this affidavit. And paragraph, is the heading above paragraph 4?
Yeah.
It says, Mr. Lazarus Mokgosi. Is that how it starts? Or is that a different page where you are? I'll go to no. He's having the right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Mr. Lazarus Mokgosi invited me to accompany him to a meeting he was scheduled to attend with Mr. Thabo Apollos on Sunday, 2 April 2023 at Khanyesa in the Dr. Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati district. I obliged the request and I accordingly accompanied Mr. Mokgosi to the meeting. And this is what he said before I carry on. Mr. Mokgosi is senior to me in terms of position within the organization. I oblige to him, not the other way round. You know, he calls, I respond. I don't call him to come to me. That's what he was saying. And then he says, carries on here. So, but firstly is that's first, and second, he also identifies this meeting as being your meeting in similar terms as Mr. Apollos in the WhatsApp message. Then he says, I narrate here under the foregoing two issues, the basis for the invitation to attend the meeting and the content of the discussions in my response. Invitation to attend the meeting. Early morning, Sunday, 2 April 2023, I'm in paragraph 6 now. I received a telephone call from Mr. Mokgosi, a friend and colleague in the ANC. He advised me that he had organizational business to attend in the Dr. Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati district regarding the administration of the affairs of the Naledi local municipality. At the time of the telephonic discussion, Mr. Mokgosi was the deputy chairperson of the ANC in the Northwest Province, provincial executive, and he was also the chairperson of the deployment committee. I was a member of the executive committee for Dr. Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati region. I derived and deduced from the discussion that Mr. Mokgosi was intending to visit in the Dr. Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati district in an official capacity as a member of the Provincial Executive Committee to attend the activities of the Deployment Committee insofar as they related to Naledi local municipality. As a result, given that I was a member of the District Regional Executive Committee, I did not consider the request to be unusual. My impressions were affirmed when Mr. Mokgosi arrived at my residence together with Ms. Doreen Mariri and Mr. Alba Matunsi, who were at the time also members of the Regional Executive Committee residing at Freiburg. We, and he mentions all three of you, including himself, drove together in a vehicle driven by Mr. Mokgosi to Mr. Apollos' residence. The trip was relatively short, and nothing was discussed in the vehicle about the scheduled meeting with Mr. Apollos. Then you arrived there, you were ushered in, and the heading, the discussions at the meeting, he says, as the discussions unfolded, and as I listened to the conversation between Mr. Mokgosi and Mr. Apollos, the primary focus for the meeting related to the appointment of Mr. Modisanyane Sekgabo as the municipal manager for the Naledi local municipality. The tenor of the meeting commenced on the tone that Mr. Mokgosi was unhappy with the appointment of Mr. Mudisinyane Sekhapo as the municipal manager for the Naledi local municipality. And Mr. Mokgosi, as he put it, was unhappy with the appointment because the Naledi local municipality had went against the political directive of the ANC Deployment Committee in appointing Mr. Sekhapo. And I noted in your affidavit, you say this is the political interference that this committee should be investigating. You stand by that? You stand by that?
I still.
You stand by that? Are you sure you stand by that, Honorable Premier? Okay, you're busy reading, sorry.
No,
I'll ask you the question some other time.
Okay.
So the meeting is, the two people are saying the meeting is yours, together with Mr. Apollos. What's your comment in regard to this one?
The two you refer to who and who?
Mr. Apollos in the WhatsApp messages and Mr. Sejake in this affidavit.
Now, I'm not sure about Mr. Apollos' WhatsApp versus his affidavit and his submissions here. Whether did in his affidavit and in his submission corroborates the WhatsApp. And that's what I think senior counsel must guide on.
Yes.
That's point number one. Number two, Mr. Sejake is a predictable liar. I'll tell you why. When you read this, what you have just read is his second affidavit. When you read his first affidavit and read the second affidavit, completely different. The style of writing, the line of angle, and I can tell you is that the second affidavit was written after being advised that the first affidavit will not be able to put Mokgosi at the center.
Okay.
Now, when you read the second version,
yes,
he is organizationalizing my journey to Khanyes. That's what he's doing, which he was not there in the first version. The first version was a journey of friends, and he explained how it came. If you read. But when you go to the second version, it says,
yes,
he understood from my call that I'm coming in my capacity as a deputy chair of the ANC in the province. And therefore, as a senior, he will oblige as I come to do my ANC work. And in this instance, interest on the appointment of the municipal manager. He also continued to now say, Doreen Mariri and Aubakwe, who are REC members, he's also organizationalized them in this participation. So he's advised that put him at the center of him doing his ANC work. Because the first version,
okay.
So I'm saying to you,
yes,
that I take gripe of the second version, which is a second thought, advice, and say the meeting was, he was doing it as the ANC deputy chairperson. It was not friends. Yes.
Yeah, he said, what's the word he used? He deduced that, he assumed, in other words, that this is, but let's go to that first affidavit you're talking about, because it is attached to this one. It's on page 96. It's attached to this one as an extra A.
96.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You found it. So he does begin with the introduction, and then on the next page, he talks about, I've conveyed the facts stated in this affidavit below to Mr. Groep and Mr. Sekhapo on 3 September. Paragraph 5, the respondents in the present pending appeal, then he refers to that. 5, after the matter had been struck from the roll with costs against the respondents, I received a telephone call from the then Chief Whip of the ANC in the Northwest Province, Mr. Mokgosi. Mr. Mokgosi was at the time the head of deployment committee of the ANC in the Northwest. Mr. Mokgosi subsequently became the Premier of the Northwest Province, and he still remains as such, and also the head of deployment committee of the ANC Northwest Province. Then he goes on to say, Mr. Mokgosi asked me to accompany him to see Mr. Thabo Apollos regarding the pending High Court matter involving the appellants and respondents in the Mahikeng High Court. Mr. Mokgosi was a close friend of mine, and we worked together in the political affairs of the ANC within the province. He came to fetch me at my place of residence, and he gives the address on Sunday, 2 April 2023. Mr. Mokgosi was accompanied by one Doreen Mariri and a certain Albapwe Matonsi. We all proceeded to visit Mr. Thabo Apollos at his place of residence in Khanyisa. We were driven by Mr. Mokgosi in his car. Mr. Apollos welcomed us at his home, and a meeting then commenced. Mr. Mokgosi was in possession of Mr. Sekhapo's CV, a checklist for the recruitment process of the municipal manager at the municipality. The fifth, that is Mr. Sekhapo's academic records, qualifications, and all other supporting documents that form part of Sekhapo's application for the post of the municipal manager. Mr. Mokgosi was not in possession of the application documents of other applicants to the post of the municipal manager at the time. The concern by Mr. Mokgosi was not whether Sekhapo had submitted all the documents, since he had. Mr. Mokgosi was unhappy with the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo as the municipal manager. His reasoning was that the municipal council of the municipality had defied the ANC's political directive that Mr. Sekhapo would not have been appointed as the municipal manager, as aforesaid. The purpose of the meeting was therefore to seek Mr. Apollos' assistance to derail the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo as the municipal manager. At the time, Mr. Apollos was the municipality's director, corporate services, and all human resources and recruitment functions fell under him. Mr. Mokgosi sought to discredit Mr. Sekhapo's appointment, as aforesaid, notwithstanding the existence of an internal legal opinion that the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, COGTA, had prepared and advised that there was no procedural or substantive irregularities in the manner Mr. Sekhapo had been appointed as the municipal manager. Mr. Mokgosi then asked Mr. Apollos to try and find anything that could assist him, Mr. Mokgosi, to ensure that the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo was reviewed and set aside. Mr. Apollos then agreed. Then you go through the checklist for the appointment of municipal manager. I can stop there. Yes. So here he goes into the details. The purpose of the meeting, which is about the unhappiness of Sekhapo having been appointed. And may I say this, Premier, because I see in affidavits some of the witnesses accuse this ad hoc committee as being established to protect Mr. Sekhapo. Now, that's not the purpose of the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee is not seeking to endorse either or the other party. The ad hoc committee is also not seeking to investigate the regularity or otherwise of the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo. The regularity or otherwise has to do with the process in terms of law that should be followed. This committee's focus is on something completely different. It's whether extraneous or outside of the legal process, there were role players who attempted to influence the outcome of that process or to tarnish the appointment, but doing so outside of the process. You see. No, but he can. You
No,
can, you can say what.
She was saying I must not write on your document.
Oh, you wrote
On your
on
bundle, so
yeah.
I thought it's my.
Like, can I take a photo of that?
No, it's fine. I forgot that this is not my bundle. No, it's okay. It's
Okay.
okay.
You want to say anything to the ad hoc committee?
No, my understanding is the same as.
Yeah. No, even what you
Yeah,
may
the
be
notes,
distracted by what you were writing.
No,
there.
no.
Just give them what you have in mind.
And I'm saying my understanding on the establishment of the
The ad hoc committee.
ad hoc committee, I understand it
Yes,
from what you are,
I've just explained.
what we have just explained.
Yes.
Now, I think what I said earlier in my comment was about the two submitted affidavits.
Yes.
And I was saying, in my view, when you read the second affidavit, it puts the ANC and its work and its leadership at the center of the visit. That's what the second affidavit is trying to do. The first submission, it explains what you are saying. More details in terms of what he thinks. In his opinion, I was trying to influence that I had this document and this document, which I not here, as alleged. Now, I'm saying that I was responding to that I was, I came as a leader, and he succumbed to my instructions, and so on and so on. So I just made that point. Yes.
Now, I understand you were saying one should also take into account Mr. Apollos' version in the context of what he says in the affidavit, in his affidavit. Yes, because in his affidavit, and when he was here, he was explaining the context in which he says he sent those messages, that he was angry with you after learning that you were trying to reach a settlement in the court application. Or at least he says that's what he was told, and then he learned later that it's not you when he spoke with you after that. But he's saying that in his affidavit of November or December, whichever date it is, I think it's November 2025. And I'm going to just make you aware of this, that, okay, it is one thing to say that in the affidavit now. It is another thing not to have corrected that at the time of learning this is the situation. So April, he sent you the messages, April 2025 to April. It is quiet throughout. Yes, he's November 2025. It is quiet throughout until 2 September, 5 months later, when there's a question asked about the court matter in the Joint Oversight Committee, and Ms. Mayor Groep gives that response. So I put to him, and I think to another witness, Mr. Apollos, at the time of the messages, there's no investigation. There is absolutely nothing that triggers him to blame you of the meeting that you didn't initiate with him. You came, you gave me a document. You must be outrageous. Are you out of your mind, Apollos? What have you taken? I did not initiate the meeting with you. And you would expect this to be a week later or a month later, if it takes that long, 2 months later, but you don't see that. How should the ad hoc committee interpret that silence? Even the attempt to, or the initiative, if you like, the attempt to correct these messages. Until later, when Mayor Groep knows about them, tells the joint committee, and this just balloons out of control. So how should the ad hoc committee deal with that silence? Sorry, Premier. Yeah.
So, sorry, SC, while you are busy,
Yes, Chair.
the time now is after tea. I don't know when it would be appropriate for us to have tea in terms of your engagement with the Premier.
Perhaps let's get the Premier to answer that question.
And then we'll take it. Thanks. Sorry, Premier.
Thank you. Yes, Premier, I was asking how should the ad hoc committee interpret that silence?
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I think you are moving from the assumption that some of the messages here I've received them. I think that's where you are coming from.
Wait.
Okay.
Sorry, Premier. This man is blocking my view of you. No, just remember, it's the WhatsApp messages is Mr. Apollos' version, that he has sent you the messages.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm saying the assumption,
Yes.
because he sends the messages, I have received them. And what puzzles you is that why I'm not responding, that probably we are not reacting the same way. And your expectation, or any other person would expect anybody to react and reduce that interaction into some form of communication to ask why this, not this occasion. I had no obligation. And I must indicate, like I said, when we started in the morning, that I was surprised on these WhatsApps. Because the last time I spoke to Apollos was when we visited in 2023. I never spoke to Apollos after that. Even before the meeting of April 2023, before, I had not spoken to Apollos for about 2 to 3 years. I mean speaking, not seeing. Post the journey in his house, I've never even spoke to him on the phone or met him. I was then shocked when in 2025 I receive such information. Now, that's why I'm saying, from what Mr. Sekhapo said here, I now make sense of such WhatsApps to me. And it says correctly, my instincts were correct not to respond, because I can see it was an intended message to elicit a discussion, which Mr. Sekhapo, in his words, after receiving messages in April, he kept the messages. He only told the mayor and the speaker. Mr. Apollos, according to Sekhapo, Mr. Sekhapo, continuously said to him, use them. When are you using them? When are you using them? That's what Mr. Sekhapo said. Mr. Sekhapo said, I kept them for the right moment to hit him. This one was saying, when are you using them? Hit him. In the process, Mr. Sekhapo said this one was blackmailing him, looking for money from time to time. And he continues to say, later it means Mr. Apollos had been given money by the highest bidder, which is me, because he had assured them he's going to support them once they hit me. He disappointed them, and to say if there was a highest bidder, it means there was a lower bidder in this instance. And that's why I'm saying, from where I'm sitting, I now understand these messages from 2023, 2024, 2025. A person that I was never having any conversation, suddenly he sends me such message. And for me to have not responded.
Mine was simply to say, this is not true, because you wouldn't have needed to answer again after he replied to you. Chair, we can adjourn.
Before we adjourn, Premier Jacques' affidavit in which that you called him, is it a Sunday morning?
Yes.
Whichever morning. I'm not on that
Page
exact
91.
one. Yes.
Page 91.
The only clarity I want, Premier, is before we go for tea, is whether you made a call to Mr. Sejake.
No, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Premier. We, honourable members, break for tea for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12. Premier, you're still under oath. We just break for tea.
Thank you very much. I think
first affidavit of Mr. Sejake. I want us to go back to the second, the one now he has deposed to before this committee, and we read page 91, 92. I want us to go to page 93. Yeah, of WB2. The microphone.
Yeah, can you just, Premier, re kopa ska bitsa o ska betsa mic, go na le motho o betsang mic mo gare ga rona.
Yeah. Sure, thanks.
So the first one in the file is the second affidavit, and which is the affidavit he has submitted to this subcommittee. And to that affidavit, he has attached the first one he had made, but I've read that one. I now want us to go to the one before the subcommittee, page 93.
Yes.
So page 93, paragraph 15, because we've read until 14. Now 15 says, a brief account of the discussions appears below. He says, when the discussions between Mr. Mokgosi and Mr. Apollos commenced, Mr. Mokgosi produced a draft report from which the Northwest Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. From Cllr, Mr. Mokgosi informed Mr. Apollos that he was worried that the draft report of Cllr was approving the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo as the municipal manager, despite that, according to Mr. Mokgosi, Mr. Sekhapo did not possess minimum qualifications. The initial focus of the discussion was around the status of the B. Juris degree and that of Vista University. Mr. Mokgosi probed whether the degree was recognized as a qualification by the South African National Qualifications Framework. He also questioned whether the university which awarded the degree was considered as a credible university. Mr. Apollos immediately raised the same questions telephonically with an unknown person who confirmed that both the degree and university were credible and approved by South African Qualifications Authority. Next page. Mr. Mokgosi then suggested to Mr. Apollos to try find anything that could obstruct the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo, which would also assist Mr. Apollos in his pending review application in the Northwest High Court. Mr. Apollos assured Mr. Mokgosi that he will do so. So, there's by and large similarities between what we read just before the break and this, insofar as the contents of what he says was discussed in the meeting are concerned. What is your reaction to this? Allegations.
Essie, I think from where I'm sitting, we are repeating one and the same. And I have refuted the allegations of what was discussed in the meeting. I explained what was discussed. In the first affidavit, there was no report that was alleged that I brought it. There was no report that I came with a draft report from the department. It's not in the first version. In the second version, or in the second affidavit, there is a new additional matter, because people are struggling to say, but in your version, how do you locate Mokgosi in a discussion where he had nothing from the department? Now, in the second version is that there was a report, but there is no explanation. How did I get hold of an internal document of the department? There is no indication as to who gave me the document. And how is the document going to be of help to me? It's not there. There's also no indication as to how Apollos is going to help me, for me to give him a report of the department. Mr. Apollos does not work for the Department of Local Government. Mr. Apollos, he works for the municipality. Mr. Sekhapo, who was the municipal manager then, here he came and explained that Apollos was not involved in the recruitment process because this matter was in the office of the mayor, because he could not participate in a process that seeks to employ his senior. So Apollos played no role, and that's what Mr. Sekhapo explained. But all of a sudden, Apollos become important in a process where he's not involved. Mr. Mokgosi goes to this man, the chief whip. Mr. Mokgosi goes to this man who stays in the Bundus, far from Mahike, for help. For help. But the question is, who is Apollos in the bigger scheme of things? What role Apollos is going to play in influencing the appointment or changing the appointment in the department? If I go to Apollos with a draft report, for Apollos to do what? To do what with it? If I give, let's say I had it, I give it to him, what is he going to do with it? In the process and decision making of the department. This is what I want this committee to tell me. Because if it's alleged that there was going to be tampering by the chief whip, and he's going for Apollos for help, I want to understand and make logic and sense of what this help will be all about. Now, that will be my first point. And I'm saying that is the difference between the first submission and this one. And I'm saying we are repeating what we said earlier. And I said I'm saying I did not participate in such a discussion. There was not even such a discussion. There were documents which Mr. Sejake came with, and today now he says I came with a draft report. And there's no explanation on the genesis of the report, from whom is just a document which is alleged that I had. And that's why I'm saying I've got a very serious challenge, SG, on that, SC on that. But factually, I would want to make reference to Mr. Sejake's affidavit that you are referring to.
Yes.
Now, if you go to paragraph 4, I want to see where.
Is that on page 91?
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Sejaki. Now, in paragraph 4, are you with it's page 63?
Page 63. What?
Mr. Sejaki's affidavit.
Sejaki's affidavit. Can you identify the bundle? Is it WB2?
Yeah, WB1.
Or WB1?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Mayor Groep's bundle.
Okay.
But you are going to refer to the second affidavit of Mr. Sejaki.
Sejaki, yes.
Okay. It is also annexed to his own bundle, WB2. If you have WB2 there,
WB2.
the one we were reading from earlier. So paragraph 4 of the first affidavit.
This one. Okay. Yeah, it's the same. Now,
Okay, let's see what. How does the paragraph 4 read?
paragraph 4,
Yes.
where it says, I've convened the facts stated.
Yes, I've conveyed.
Yeah, it's the,
Okay,
it's the
there
same.
you are.
Yes, that's where we are. He says, he states that he conveyed facts in his affidavit to Mr. Groep and Mr. Sekhapo on the 3rd of September 2005. And this statement creates an impression that he didn't know about the WhatsApps. Yeah? That's what he says.
No, you say it creates the impression.
Yes, that's what I'm saying in terms of that paragraph.
Okay.
Are we together?
Yes, yeah, I'm following you.
Mr. Sekhapo, here, in his own admission, admitted to have received the WhatsApp message on the 2nd of April, 2025. The same Mr. Sekhapo spoke to Mr. Groep and Mr. Gulan about the messages. In paragraph 20, he claims to also admit that Apollos had sent him the message, the WhatsApp message, in April 2025. So paragraph 4 is misleading because all of them since April, and that's what you said earlier, Senior Khan, they knew from April.
Mr. Sekhapo.
Mr. Sekhapo, Mr. Sejaki. They knew. Now, for him to say, when he saw Mr. Groep on television, his conscience was ignited. His conscience was ignited. It was dead all along. And you said correctly, for 5 months. And a person who has been following the court case from 2023, that's what he said. He has been following the case. And he felt that it's time for justice for him to speak. Now, I'm saying, even if he was reminded in April, after 2 years following the case, he kept mum. He kept mum on the messages. The messages became relevant when he saw Mr. Groep on television during the sitting of the standing committee. Now, I'm saying he's misleading to create that impression that he did not know. He only realized during the sitting. But he continued to say that the MEC's report was not authored by the MEC on paragraph 20.
Yes.
He says so. The MEC's report was not authored by him. On paragraph 22, he continues to say, Mr. Mokgosi wanted to prove or to achieve a political goal. Now, even by the time when the Supreme Court of Appeal said he had the WhatsApp in his possession, Mr. Sejake, but still he did nothing. I'm just wanting to demonstrate to the committee this sudden seeing of the light, how opportunistic it is in his presentation. And it's only then he decided to file after the judgment, or after the judgment was reserved. Now, so paragraph 24, it's a different story in terms of tampering with the one in paragraph 20. So I'm trying to demonstrate to you here that you have a rented Johnny come late into the agenda. And the way he writes, he wants to, and he's lying, and I suppose he's under oath in creating an impression that he was not, because they came here and they confirmed that participation. Now, his credibility, his credibility as a witness becomes problematic. His assertion to this committee on paragraph 15.1 that I was in possession of a draft report, that's what I referred to earlier. I want to take you to the document that speaks about a report of Mr. Moate. I want to take you to a report of Mr. Moate.
And I suppose you saw that the ad hoc committee does have that affidavit of Mr. Moate.
Yes. You follow what I'm saying is?
So do you want his bundle? Are you taking us to his bundle containing his affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. It's WB. It's WB5.
WB5. Yeah, you click. It's page DM2. Page 15.
Page 15.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we fine?
Yes, I'm looking at it on the screen.
Okay. I wish I had eyes at the back.
Is that the letter
Yes.
from the municipality to
Yes.
the mayor?
Yes.
To the MEC, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Yes, the letter dated 23 March 2023.
Yeah, I see this department does not have a root form. Everybody writes on the letter. It's,
Yeah,
it's fine, but I'm just saying
members of the committee were asking about that. So
that it demonstrates to you when the letter was received from the municipality.
yes,
You see the 23rd.
yes,
You've got the 23rd, you've got the 27th, you've got the 31st,
that's right.
and you've got the 3rd of April.
Yes,
Now, if you look at that report, SC, the report was signed on the 31st by certain Mrs. Elizabeth Muti.
Mutle, that's right.
And this process started from the 23rd. Now, a report is prepared. On the 31st, it's submitted. Mrs. Mutle or Ms. Mutle signs it off. And my meeting, and it's signed by the HOD on the 3rd of April and signed by the MEC on the 26th.
Yes.
Now, my meeting or my journey to Khanyesa was on the 2nd.
Of April.
Yes.
Yes.
2nd of April. Now, Mr. Sejake says, when I came to the meeting of the 2nd, I had a report. Now, it means I had to influence and tamper with a report which was generated from the 23rd in the department, internal process. And in the process of that internal process, between the 23rd and the 31st, when the report was completed, I intercepted the report. And I tempered. And on the 2nd, when I was in Khanyesa, I was in possession. Because this is the only official report that the department has. I have not seen any other official report in the bundles. This is the official report, signed by the MEC. Now, so what it means is literal. Between the 31st and the 2nd, retrospectively, I influenced the tampering when this document was prepared internally. It can't be that it was signed on the 31st and it was prepared on the 31st. There has been from one office to the other until it was signed off by the chief director. And it's then suggest this is the report that I had. And I had to tamper with it. And Mr. Sejake says, when I went to that meeting, I had this report. Unless he suggests that there was another report that he's referring to. I don't want to get into the stories of asking why there is no affidavit from the head of the department in relation to an official document administratively who happens to be the last line of administration to confirm the allegation that there was tampering or not. Because he also signed off. The only logical conclusion here it would have been, in one way or the other, I have been in interaction with officials of the department. And where I don't work, where is Mr. Sejake putting me? In an internal process of a department, as a chief whip, I access information, I change information, I take information, go to Khanyesa to ask Mr. Apollos to help me with what I don't know. And therefore he suggests that this report, which was signed off by the MEC, is not a true reflection of the process in the department. And that is because the chief whip, with this invisible hand, Holy Spirit, he was able to get into laptops of officials, change the reports, influence them for the MEC to sign off a report that does not give concurrence. Because at the center of what Mr. Sejake is saying, the meeting in Khanyesa, in his second version, after being advised that you did not say he has anything which placed him at the center. Right in the second affidavit, that he had a document called report. And that's how the report comes in the second affidavit. But he's unable to explain how did I access it, from whom, and how did I do it. And then the committee entertains such a blanket allegation, not corroborated with any substantive empirical evidence, that is bringing me at the center of tampering to date. And that's why even previously I was saying, what am I supposed to respond to if I must respond on tampering? How did I have it? So the only conclusion that I have is, which I wanted to drive here, was that you are dealing with somebody who is not a credible witness, who corroborates information for a particular agenda. If it does not work, he changes the affidavits, he brings another perspective, and I was demonstrating his unreliableness in as far as even messages, which he was aware of, and he kept quiet in the process, and he reveals them later, and he says it's because he has just recently, those are the words that he used, just recently learned, when he has been aware for the past 5 or 6 months. Because Mr. Apollos sent them all. The message that he sent to me, he sent that message to all of them. And that's what Mr. Sekhapo said and confirmed here in his submission. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just for a second.
Okay, Chair.
The Premier is referring to 2 affidavits.
Yes.
Can we just have an explanation or an understanding as to what the 2 affidavits, why 2 affidavits?
For Mr. Sejake?
Yes, because I don't want it to appear that we have 2 affidavits before us, or I just want clarity
Yes.
on that issue.
No, correct, Chair. So if you go to Mr. Sejake's bundle, he has the affidavit which he has deposed to this committee, to which he attaches the affidavit that was prepared together with the attorneys of Mayor Groep and Mr. Sekhapo in the court litigation after the hearing at the Supreme Court of Appeal. So he attached that affidavit to the one before us. So he didn't necessarily submit 2 affidavits before the committee. The one is an annexure to the other. Yeah. Thank you, Chips. Okay. Premier, thank you. That was a mouthful, but let me start by saying...
One second, SC. Honorable Sibekwe.
No, thanks, SC. Just for a recollection, did we ever interrogate the annexure affidavit? For recollection.
When you say interrogate...
At the level, cross-examined Sejake on the basis of his second
I know I
affidavit.
asked him questions about it. I can't recall whether members specifically questioned him on that. I wouldn't have an independent recollection of that.
Yes, the reason, Honorable Sibekwe, I asked that question is so that I can understand where the Premier comes from in terms of talking about 2 affidavits. But we had one composite affidavit with that attached to the affidavit. So it's not new information to us. It has always been in the bundle. I just wanted the distinction that there's not 2 affidavits. There's one affidavit and one for the purpose of whatever police has an annexure to that affidavit.
No, it's fine, Chair, but can we agree that we note for a further discussion? Because some issues are raised on the basis of that, which we may not be aware of. Just noting, when we engage at our own space, we will have to go back to that and agree on how we want to approach it.
Yeah, I have a bit of a challenge. Honorable Modise and then Honorable Dial.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon.
Sorry about this, Premier.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Chair, I don't understand. Ibile, I'm lost now, ne? Because you are talking to about the affidavit and its annexure, but according to the Premier, those affidavit are not the same. They can be in the same file, but they are not the same. The other one is something new. The other one is the old version. So that's where I'm get confusion. Yeah. To say you said we have interrogated that report.
Let me, just before you, Honorable Dell, this is not new information before the ad hoc committee. This information has been there. It is in our packs. The only issue is, it appears that a Premier would be talking about two affidavits. So it appears that there's two affidavits deposed to the ad hoc committee, which is not the case. The case is that there is one affidavit before the ad hoc committee, but the police, but I don't know if I should stop Honorable Modise and Honorable Tsolo because I'm responding to the concern of Honorable Modise. Let me conclude. Now that affidavit is a police affidavit attached. I only wanted to deal with the fact that we don't have two affidavits because I understood what the Premier, or where the Premier was going, but it was necessary for us to clear that issue. Honorable Dow.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I want to propose that we allow the Premier to continue to testify. And I don't think there's anything we should note in view of the explanation. Because if as members of the ad hoc committee we did not interrogate the document that was long in the bundle, it can be that we want to now, on second thoughts, want to go back to interrogate that report and call the witness. We have dealt with that witness. The information was before us. We chose not to speak to the contents of that attachment, but we dealt with the affidavit with all its annexures, Chair. So I think we must agree that we have dealt with that witness and that those matters that are contained in the affidavit, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Speaker, you want to respond to Honorable Dial? No, I want Honorable, I'm just asking a question. Honorable Tsolo.
My sincere apology, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have noted that particular matter, but I thought it will be discussed. But it is unfortunate that you raised it in the form of a question. And indeed, it was indicated before us that there is an annexure. And the senior counsel is here as an evidence leader to lead. And in some instances, when he interrogates, we keep quiet. But in as far as that particular annexure is concerned, there was no lead in that annexure of the first affidavit that was said. It was submitted by Sejake to court. Now it comes before us. We'll have to deal with it at a later stage. I am in support of the view that we should note it and we'll deal with it because the senior counsel or the evidence leader should have made comparison when he was leading us. But unfortunately, the Premier dealt with it in this particular manner. And we need not to protect nor defend anything like Honorable Member Sipo is trying to do.
I don't think.
Thanks.
I don't think it's correct to I'm speaking to you, Honorable Tsolo. I don't think it's correct to attack any member because Honorable Dial has not attacked anybody. I think we must make our points with decency and respect and get off the point and move on. I don't think that is correct, and you should desist from doing that. Honorable Sibekwe.
Chair, I thought I was assisting the committee because it has been a precedence. If there would have been areas of omission, we would note and agree that we'll go back to them. It's the simplest thing. We can't debate and conclude here because now it means we are already interrogating evidences the ad hoc committee. At that stage will still come. I'm simply saying, let's note, we may not have been aware, could have been an omission, and that at an appropriate time, we go back to that matter. It would have been easy if we were led into that annexure during the leading of the CS. It did not happen, and we don't want to blame anyone. We are noting the same way we've been noting other issues for the past 3 days. And then at an appropriate time amongst ourselves, we'll come back to that. When we decide on the other witnesses to be called, we might have to look at it whether it's permissible or not in terms of the procedure. We lose nothing out of that approach. Thanks, Chair.
I don't know, honorable members, why we have gone to town about this issue. The chairperson asked the senior counsel only one question. Are there 2 affidavits before us, or is there 1 affidavit before us? The clarity was given that there's 1 affidavit before us. And that is so that we clarify the record. Now, I understand what the Premier is talking to when he talks about 2 affidavits. He's referring to the police affidavit, which is an annexure to the affidavit before us. Now, honorable members, all of us have had these records. And even if we go and look at the record, and I suppose we should do that in our own time, we will establish that the witness was led on the affidavits. I don't think in hindsight, any of us can say that the witness was not led because we don't have that record. Let us not create confusion in the 2 affidavits. There's 1 affidavit. Honorable Sibekwe, am I out of order?
Chair, out of order now, because now you are debating the matter. We are members who are making inputs, take note and provide guidance. If you are debating, at the same time making decisions, that's not how we've been conducting ourselves to date, please.
Honorable Sibekwe, you would recall that the chairperson has the right of making a ruling.
Yes, without abusing the role of a chair.
Honorable Sibekwe, I have not recognized you.
Yeah, but you are creating a dialogue,
No,
Chair.
Honorable Sibekwe, please.
Chair, you are creating a dialogue. Can you
Honorable
please?
Sibekwe, please put down the microphone.
But you are creating a dialogue. We have to tell you, we are all members of the committee here. Don't create a dialogue. Chair the meeting.
Honorable Sibekwe, please put down the microphone. Now, we are not going to take hands on this issue anymore. We know how to deal with the rulings that we are not satisfied with in terms of the rules of the House. That has not changed. So if members are not satisfied with the ruling of the chair, there are ways of getting a remedy in terms of that. I have said the following, that issue was attended to. We will look at the record, but the police affidavit is part of the main affidavit. The only distinction that was necessary was for senior counsel to advise in terms of whether we have 2 affidavits before us or whether we have 1 affidavit before us. Now we have 1 affidavit before us. The police affidavit is an annexure to the main affidavit that is deposed to this ad hoc committee. So we can then proceed. I thought it was only necessary for clarity on that purpose. That issue on the affidavit is closed. Is there another issue, Honorable Tsulo? Honorable Tsulo?
Honorable Chair, as you move on by ruling on that particular matter, I agree with you. Could you kindly also note that when we opened, you made some recommendations, no decisions without us as members of this ad hoc committee. We never deliberated on such. Note for further discussions like this particular matter, as it was proposed, and we have ruled upon it. Thank you very much.
And that is fine. Honorable Zibekwe.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't know how you've concluded on that matter. Are you agreeing that we'll go back to it when we discuss other matters that we referred back for further discussion?
We've said we will look at the record.
Chair, I'm not really going to speak on the matter that is before you now, but may I just maybe propose that maybe we go for 2 minutes in committee, so that we just iron out the few issues, because if this matter is just left like this, it might create problems, I think, for us as this ad hoc continues. We just need to remind each other that we're still working within the decorum of the House and the rules still apply. And I think some things that just happened now are going outside of that, especially when rulings are made and all that. So I'm proposing just 2 minutes so that we become in order. Thanks.
Can we, how far are you, SC? In terms of the witness, it is 12:44.
Yeah. Chair, I thought we could, I might take 15 to 20 minutes more because the Premier has actually assisted in accelerating to that letter and the documentation of Cllr. Yes, so something like that. Maybe 30 minutes at most.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. The intention was to have a bit of a late lunch then. It gives us sufficient time to, once you are done, then go and deal with the proposal of Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Modise.
So I think you have closed this matter, ne? And we agreed. So let us not go for caucus or indoor, in committee meetings. So let's continue. Then we will discuss this thing because it's going to take us back.
I think, thanks Honorable Modise, I think in terms of the input or the comment of Honorable Tsulo, it is necessary for us to go in committee. I don't think we'll be long.
Okay.
But we must attend to it because it creates the impression that there is some kind of strong armory that is happening here when that is not the case. Yes, we can continue this.
Should I continue? Okay. Chair, just one clarification. The affidavit is not the police affidavit. It was made by Mr. Sejake to give to Mr. Groep, Mayor Groep and Mr. Sekhapo at the SCA, at the Supreme Court of Appeal, but that was after the matter had been argued there, with the lawyers for Mayor Groep and Mr. Sekhapo. That affidavit is contained both in the annexures to Mayor Groep's bundle. It's part of the annexures, so it was there right at the beginning because he was the first witness. He talks about that affidavit and how it was made, obtained. Then Mr. Sejake, in his affidavit, he annexes that affidavit as well, the affidavit to the ad hoc committee. And I recall, actually, now that honorable members have been talking, him being asked about saying on the one hand is a legal opinion and on the other is a draft report. I can recall whether it came from the members or from me, but he was engaged on that issue. Mr. Sekhapo was raising that same issue when he was here about it being a draft, but he was trying to say there isn't a distinction of substance between a draft opinion and a draft report. That's what he was trying to say when he was here. But I think the transcript will also bear us on that. but there will be collaboration. So what, no, and also Mr. Apollos, the Premier will know, Mr. Apollos and I think Mr. Montwedi have criticized the two affidavits on this basis, that on the one hand he refers to a legal opinion, and in the other affidavit he refers to a legal, a draft report. So it has been repeatedly mentioned here by the witnesses who have looked at Mr. Sejaka's affidavit. You recall that, Premier, as well, huh? Yes. So, Premier, thank you very much. Firstly, let me say the ad hoc committee hasn't made any decision. To the extent, just to clarify that you say they're entertaining such allegations of tampering where there is no concrete evidence. So there is no decision made already by the ad hoc committee to entertain, to accept allegations that have not been tested. Number two is that it has occurred in this proceedings, in this hearing, that, and I would like you to invite your comment in regard to that, that this meeting, with the information that was shared in that meeting, the meeting of the 2nd of April 2023, it appears to have been meant to be kept confidential. And therefore not to be disclosed to anyone except for the people who were in that meeting. Your comment on that?
I'm not sure. No, I, for what? Why should it be confidential? Or why should we go and spread the gospel message that we made? We owe nobody to report to that we made. And we also have no reason for people not to know that we met. So whether people know or they don't know, it was not our obligation. So there was no intention of any secrecy for that meeting.
Yes, no, that's fine. I think your last statement say something, and all what you have said, I hope you understand what I'm saying. It seems in this hearing, in regard to this meeting, that it was meant to be kept, not that you had an obligation to disclose it, but in fact it was meant to be kept unknown, that this meeting was unknown, and that these things that were discussed about Mr. Segapo's documents and qualifications and so on, it was to be kept unknown, only to be known by those who discussed it.
No, that's what I'm exactly responding to. There was no need to keep the meeting secret. And we had no reason also to go and tell people that there was a meeting. That's what I'm saying. So for people to know, what it means is that we must volunteer, those who are in the meeting, to tell people. I'm saying, what will be the reason for us to go and announce that we have met and this is what we discussed? There was no reason. But there was also no reason that people must know. For whatever reason, if people happen to know, they would have known. There was no need for a meeting to be held in secret.
Yeah, okay. I think it mentions two things at the same time. I'm not suggesting there was an obligation to go report back or to make other people know about it. That's not what I'm saying. But the impression created was that it was the opposite. But I think you have answered the way you have answered. You see Mr. Segapo, Mr. Apollos, I beg your pardon, Well, let me ask you this before I get to Mr. Sekhapo. Regardless of where the documentation came from, regardless of who had the documentation, but once the documentation were produced and circulated amongst the people in the meeting and being looked at, and upon realizing that, but this documentation relates to the recruitment process, Did you consider that there might be illegality in having these documents there in this meeting?
Senior Counsel, I think I expressed my view. Just that you are asking it in a different way. That if they were illegal, it means I've come to a conclusion that they are authentic. Now, there was no reason for me to believe whether they are legal or not. So I'm saying I saw documents. The person who spoke about them said he got them anonymously. Whether these right documents, and I could not even confirm that are these original documents of Mr. Sekhapo. So whether to be in possession of them, it's illegal. The person who has them is the one who must answer whether do you think to have this information from people, of other people, do you think it's legal? Now, I'm expected to respond to documents which were not brought by me, whether I had to consider them legal or not. And I had expressed a view that I was concerned as to how did you get these things? Now, the disclaimer is that I got them anonymously. And obviously, anonymously may mean there was a whistleblower. That's what I said. And it was brought to his attention. But I could not conclude and agree that these things are illegal. And once they were dismissed by legal people, that that thing cannot be helpful in a legal process, I thought that they are muted. So I could not express any view beyond that, whether they are legal or not.
Yeah, okay. It's just that your answer is talking about the legality or otherwise of the documents themselves as well. But my question doesn't relate to the legality or otherwise of the documents themselves. And I think partly you do understand my question. I could hear from your answer. And my question was only restricted to the meeting itself, in which the production of documents was made, regardless of who produced them. Relating to a recruitment process, then does that not reflect on the illegality of this meeting in which these documents are shared? And more so when there is this unidentified person from whom the documents are said to be obtained. That's really the question. It seems to aggravate the situation if these documents are said to have been anonymously obtained. It raises even the question, why are these documents here? Why should we be considering these documents of a recruitment process that follows the legal process, but we have them here in a separate meeting? And that's really my question.
I put it as simple as it stands. And I want to keep it like that. And this is my version. We've got a meeting of friends. A person comes with information that you were not exposed to, you are not even aware of. He puts it to the person that he has agreed that he's bringing that information to him. The information is shared between the two. You are also asked to look at it, and you don't comment on it. He's advised legally that disregard that thing. The matter is not even taken further than that. Now, I'm not sure more than that. What is that I'm supposed to say?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then let me just put this version of Mr. Sejake, because he said in that meeting, you communicated that you would go and speak to Dr. Bole.
Where is it referred to like that? Can you take me there?
I'm saying he testified here that you would, after the meeting, you would go and see Dr. Bole.
No. And you are saying that's what he said?
He testified here, yeah.
It's not in the affidavit?
No.
No. I've never said that.
Okay. Now, let's go to this documentation of Cllr. So that, because we went through it yesterday. Firstly, it is the pack from the municipality with the letter. If you go to the pack provided by the municipality, from page 33, the reference bundle. So, page, 33. 33, it's a copy of that same letter we saw, which we will come to, the one you went to of Dr. Mr. Moate. So page 33 is delivery of the pack from the municipality. The reference bundle is RB1. RB1. Sorry, Premier. Oh, I shouldn't forget, Premier. I need to take you through, and perhaps that's what I should do first. I need to take you through Mr. Matonsi's affidavit. Let me do that before I go here. I apologize to you. WB6. Sorry, just before we go to this. Let's go to that page 5, paragraph 6. WB6, Matonsi's bundle. Mr. Matonsi, page 5, paragraph 6. Matonsi, yes, this bundle. Page 5, paragraph 6. Yes, so he says, you are there, Premier? Yes, when we arrived, we were well received as alleged in paragraph 10 of Mr. Sejake's affidavit. However, Mr. Sejake stated in paragraph 11 that discussions unfolded and he listened to the conversation between Mr. Mokgosi and Mr. Apollos, which related to the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo. And then he says, whereas the purpose of the visit was the unlawful appointment of Mr. Sekhapo. It is not true. Then he says something else. So on his version, Premier, that was the purpose of the meeting, of the visit. Even more, it goes beyond the meeting, it's actually the visit, was the unlawful appointment of Sekhapo. Are you reading further?
I'm listening.
What is your comment to that?
Can you repeat what you wanted to say? Yes.
He's saying the purpose of the visit was the unlawful appointment of Mr. Sekhapo. What it means is taking the trip to visit Mr. Apollos, that was the purpose of the visit.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I said, I'm saying,
But
my
you-
version, Sejake has spoken to Mr. Matonzi. Whatever they spoke, I cannot confirm or deny. To go to Mr. Apollos on issues related to their work environment. And that's what I said. When we arrived, that's what I said. When we arrived, there was a document released by Mr. Sejake because he had previously discussed with Mr. Apollos as his colleague. And it was very clear that their situation and conditions are the same at the workplace. And this as it relates to the municipal manager, which Mr. Apollos has taken him to court.
Yes.
Yes, that's the point. And I'm saying
Yeah.
that was my understanding. And once we were in the house, there was little of that, and Mr. Sejake took out this document and they were dismissed. And that's how the discussion was muted. Now I'm saying it can't be right that there is a description of a meeting which was intended to discuss the appointment of a municipal manager. That was not the basis. That's why we even did not have intimate knowledge of what was on the envelope.
Yeah. So is there a reason why you didn't deal with this aspect in your affidavit to the ad hoc committee?
Which aspect?
This about the meeting, what transpired at the meeting, what was the purpose for the meeting?
I wanted to respond to the allegation. Now I can see that you are investigating my journey to Hanyes. You are not investigating temporary. You are investigating my journey to Hanyes. You are changing the focus of the establishment of the ad hoc. That's why in my response to you, I said, there is nothing to respond to because people who are alleging today, they've put nothing that puts me at the center of tampering or attempting to tamper. And there's nothing to respond to. People are making opinions, speculations, insinuations, and you expect me to respond to speculations. No evidence corroborated, no evidence submitted. I must explain my innocence on speculations. I therefore refused to respond to issues which are not corroborated and put before me. People say you have tampered, but they can't prove how I tampered, with whom, how did I access. I don't even work at the Department of Local Government. I don't work in the municipality. I don't produce reports. I don't approve reports. How can I tamper? And you want me to respond to speculations? And it's even worse what you are saying now. You want me to respond to this thing. I don't think it's fair.
Okay. So, firstly, the committee is investigating exactly that, allegations. That's the first thing. It has to test those allegations to arrive at a conclusion. That's one. Number two, and that's why it calls for witnesses to provide the committee with affidavits, to provide their version to the committee on the allegations made. And so we expect each witness to deal with those allegations. And what are those allegations? Which is number two. It is clear that the allegations emanate from what were the answers given to the question asked at the Joint Oversight Committee on the 2nd of September 2025. Which allegations relate to the WhatsApp messages that we have already gone through. Those WhatsApp messages, specifically, on the face of them, are addressed to yourself. And they deal with the trip, or the visit, your meeting with Mr. Apollos. Your meeting with Mr. Apollos. He was called upon to place his version before the committee, and he did. Likewise, all the other witnesses who were there in that meeting were called upon to give their version on affidavit to the committee. They did. You are the only witness in that meeting who did not provide an affidavit dealing with your version of what transpired. That's the reason for the question. Because the committee is receiving oral evidence from you on your version, which is not on affidavit. So we can't say to you, the committee can say, this is what you have said in your affidavit. They are going to have to rely on the transcript without having had your version prior to the hearing. And that is what the terms of reference of the committee requires one to do, the witnesses who are called. And what is the ad hoc committee going to say? Did we ask you to provide the affidavit on the issues? Well, I'm glad you answered the way you did. Now the committee knows that you did not want to respond to the allegations made because you say there's no evidence. You want to comment?
See, I'm saying, in the main, the accusations of tampering are not made for Mr. Matonzi, are not made for Mrs. Mariri, are directly linked to me, And therefore, if I must explain the allegations as per the terms of reference, they must be clearly articulated so that I must know what am I responding to. Now, if there are no clearly defined allegations with specifics for which I must respond to, it will be very difficult for me to corroborate whatever is alleged or not. But if you want me to do an affidavit that explains the journey, how did we come in, who spoke, who did not speak, it's something that is doable. We can do that. My attitude was that at the center of this investigation, it's me. It's me. And I'm responding to what? When the accuser and the alleger is unable to tell specifics, which I must respond to. Mr. Groep, in his affidavit, the chair concluded and he said, all what you have said today are hearsay. And he agreed that all what he said in his testimony was hearsay. Now, if I have to respond to the allegation made by the primary alleger, Mr. Groep, who uses a WhatsApp of Mr. Apollos, who comes here and give his context and understanding of the WhatsApp, and I'm expected then to respond from Mr. Groep allegation of a hearsay. Do you really think it's fair?
So the allegations are based on the contents.
Let's see if you can just hold for a second.
Thank you, Chair.
Premier, your legal representative wishes to make an input.
Okay.
Can we get this microphone?
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough. Chair,
You would either have to consult, but you would have to speak through the witness. I just want to establish, but please proceed. I wanted to make that point.
I was asking for a break to consult with my client, Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
Shall we, it's 13:16.
It might be an opportune time to take a lunch adjournment, Chair.
Yeah.
Unless you have a different view.
All right. We will do the following. We will break for lunch now to allow the Premier's legal rep to also then consult with the Premier. Members will remain for us to conclude on the issue that we needed to conclude or to attend to. We will then reconvene at 2 o'clock. In fact, let's agree that we'll reconvene at 2:15 to afford us sufficient time to deal with the issues that we just had now. Premier, you will still be under oath as you go. May I please request the media to please switch off their devices as they leave the venue. We will return. Thanks,
the
Premier.
energy.
Thanks, Premier. Welcome back. Ma'am, are we fine? Okay. No, SC, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are proceeding as
SC, before you start,
empty chairs.
just so that nobody thinks the seats are empty because members left, we had our in-committee and we attended to the issues of the committee. So we are fine as members of the legislature. If you can proceed, SC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Premier, thank you. You and I will meet under other circumstances more friendly than these proceedings.
Okay. Thanks, Essie.
Yes. So, when you started, when you started this morning, one of the preliminary points, Premier, was that we were aggressive with the witnesses who corroborated your evidence. Obviously that's not the intention, but which witnesses did you have in mind here? Corroborating your evidence.
Essie,
Yes.
when Mr. Sekhapo came, you said to him, gave him options on how does he prefer you to lead the evidence. And he continued, like I said, being out of bounds and nothing was said to him. Bring him back to the real issues that you are looking at. When Mr. Matonzi gave similar evidence on personal intimacy details of Mr. Sejake, Mr. Apollos, and his wife, he was reprimanded that those things are not relevant. But when Mr. Sekhapo went to town on my multiple partners, nobody said anything to him. And then I said, you were not even, so it's the same situation, reprimanding, but with no consequences to Mr. Sejake, to Mr. Sekhapo.
So, okay. So your answer to my question is that Mr. Matonzi is the witness who's corroborating your evidence.
Yes, what I meant was anybody who appears not to be accusing me, the manner in which you handle the witnesses suggests that your line of thinking is not favorable to them. I might be wrong, but that's my observation.
No, I understand.
Yeah, and I think I don't have a problem on how you ask people questions, but consistency.
It's important.
It's important,
Yeah.
so that we must not view these things differently.
Would you say Ms. Doreen Mariri was one of the witnesses corroborating your evidence?
I did not say that.
No, I'm asking whether would you say she's one of them?
No, I don't.
Okay. So is it only Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, based on what happened.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr. Apollos?
I have no issue the manner in which you ask Mr. Apollo's questions.
Yeah, but my question is specifically on the witnesses corroborating your evidence. Would you say Mr. Apollos is one of them?
No, I don't see him corroborating my evidence. What I saw, he was purely putting his version.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You must understand that Apollos is the one who hosted us.
Yes,
So the link between me and him
yes,
is not on why I attended the meeting.
yes.
Yes.
Okay. But to the extent of the meeting, does it corroborate your evidence?
Yes, to a large extent, what he says is what I know. But like I said, his version is his version, mine is mine. But to a large extent, he says what I think happened.
Yeah. Okay. So if Matonzi and Mr. Apollos says, and I'm going there and I know you at the at the expense of repetition, when the two of them say you encouraged Mr. Apollos for his courage and grabbing the bull by the horn, that's a version you can't, not count, but you don't take quarrel with.
But I think I answered that one.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You don't, well, I accept that to be, I don't take quarrel with it.
Yes, I've answered this.
Now, Mr. I think I wanted to refer you, before I come to these letters about the sequence of events. You see, the other thing is, just before I go there, is that if Premier okay, I'm just thinking about the timing of me making this statement. Whether I should make it now or later. Let me make it later. Let's look at Mr. Matonzi's affidavit. I've shown you one paragraph in it, but I want us to look at the affidavit in respect of some of the details of it. That's WB6. WB6, and I will read from paragraph 3, 4, I think we've read, if you are there. Let me just wait for you to get there. WB6, Mr. Matonzi, Albapa Matonzi, page 4, paragraph starting at 3, we've read that. He says he receives a call on the 1st of April 2023 from Mr. Sejake.
Page 4.
Page 4, yes. Paginated page 4, which is at the top of the top right-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're there. So on his version, he receives a call on 1 April 2023 from Mr. Sejake. But here he says Mr. Sejake called him and Ms. Doreen and Ms. Doreen Mariri, requesting
Where are you reading, is it?
page 4, paragraph 3.
Page 4, paragraph 3.
3.
Okay.
Yeah. Just check.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes.
Turn the page completely.
No.
Yeah,
me-
there
let
you
me
go.
remove
That clip.
Yeah.
So, this paragraph relates to the day before. He receives a call from Sejake, according to him, requesting us to accompany him to go to Thabo Apollos at his place of residence in Vryburg, who suggested that we be accompanied by our senior, Mr. Mokgosi, who was the chief whip of the provincial legislature then. You see, wait. You see, they carry your name tag with.
Yeah.
They carry your name tag with them. They defer to Mr. Mokgosi.
There are still people who call me principal, and I was a principal 35 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's inherent that once you are something, people will still continue
Exactly.
calling you that.
I agree. And he says we call our senior. That seniority, Premier, requires, and I know that, it requires accountability and responsibility. As a senior at the bar, I cracked the whip on the juniors. You know that. I cracked the whip on the juniors. And I'm the one to beat them into line. So then that paragraph proceeds. Paragraph 4 says, Mr. Mokgosi agreed to accompany us. And we drove together with Mr. Apollos to Mr. Apollos' place on 2 April 2023. Premier, I would like you, Premier, to deal with this impression created here. And I know I'm giving you that opportunity. You're going to say I'm asking the same question twice. But there is a very strong picture here for which you may want to clarify. If the junior members, and junior in terms of rank with respect vis-a-vis their concept senior, and I'm using them in that regard, why not say to Matonsi, Mr. Matonsi, Mr. Sejake has asked you to accompany him. Just go with him. Go with him. Go to give him, Mr. Matonsi said he was going to give moral support. You have said also that him and Ms. Mariri had ANC political errands to do. Just go, the two of you. I am the Premier. I can't sleep at night. My wife tells me, you're supposed to be sleeping, not talking. I have a massive plate to deal with. Can you clear that? Why not respond that way?
No, Essie, I think you are exaggerating my role and responsibility. That it makes me a bigger human being than the rest. And I can't relate at the level which you view to be elementary. And hence the reasoning that I become dismissive of any attempt to become part of what is viewed as probably leadership at the lower level. I've stated that these people are related to them. I know Apollos, I know Sejake. These are friends, these are boys from the hood. I therefore saw no reason, because on that day I had nothing to do.
Yeah.
So I think it's an over-exaggeration.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think I was taking the cue from you, Premier, in regard to the response when we asked you to the WhatsApp messages as to why did you remain silent. The issue of the picture you painted of you as the premier, busy, you running the province, was that which you presented to us. But WhatsApp messages, responding to them doesn't require getting into a car, driving 70 kilometers, going into a meeting which discusses other things. It's simply at home, in your sitting room, living room, you could say, please don't lie about me. This is defamatory. And you finished with it.
In 2023, I was the chief whip, I was not the premier.
Mm.
So I just wanted to, maybe you forgot, I was the premier. But with due respect, I think what is a priority to you might not be a priority to me. What in your view is important, needs attention, may not be, for me, maybe the last in the list.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, if respectfully, SG, I strongly believe going to Kanyesa with my friends to go and listen to comrades who got a particular situation, because I understand the implications and I sympathize with them if they face such challenges. People losing their jobs, it's a serious thing. Hits on their pocket, it affects their family, direct and indirect. I can't be dismissive. But I'm saying these are people that I live with.
Yes.
So I'm saying I felt that I found no reason not to go and listen.
Yeah.
So probably for you, it's not important.
Yeah.
Sufferings of other people may not be important to you. Now for me, I've got compassion, and I believe that I put myself also in other people's shoes when they face serious challenges in their lives. Yes, so I think respectfully, we may not see things the same way, and for you maybe formal, straitjacket, legal approach to life. As a lawyer, I don't blame you. As a lawyer, I'll not, but if you were a priest, I'll blame you.
I'm one to do.
Yeah, if you are a social worker, if you are a teacher, I'll blame you. You are from, I know I've got friends of lawyers. Their orientation of thinking is different. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah. Okay. But then, on what you have already testified to the committee, this is not what these people were facing. Mr. Sejake was not facing a dismissal, losing his job, his family going into trouble. That was not the position.
okay,
Yes.
I hear from you.
No, I'm saying that's what you said to us.
Mr.
Sejake.
Sejake was facing a possible suspension. That's what I said.
Yes.
Yes.
But not a dismissal.
Yeah,
Not-
obviously.
Yes.
It goes there. It goes there.
It doesn't go there automatically.
I agree.
Yes.
But you can't deny that it may lead to that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you did explain that the way you addressed the situation was that, I mean, what is the trouble? You get when you get a letter, you can deal with the issue. It did not occur earlier to be the picture now painted of him losing his job, family in trouble, because you're now emphasizing the gravity of the reason why you agreed to go, which, with respect, is different from earlier. The gravity, I'm saying, Mr. Premier. And it has a follow-up question to it, which is, were you disappointed that what you went there to discuss, particularly in regard to the work-related issues of Mr. Apollos, was actually never discussed?
That's what I said.
Were you disappointed?
No, I earlier responded to that that's what we went there for. It was not discussed in detail, it was just mentioning, and it was then overtaken by Mr. Sejake bringing out an envelope, and the direction of the meeting changed.
Yeah.
That's what I said. So I'm not changing that view.
No, this is what I'm asking. Not Sejake now. I'm talking Apollos. Apollos.
What is Apollos doing?
You said you never got to discuss Mr. Apollos' work-related issues. So I'm asking you whether did that not disappoint you? Because that was the purpose, as you said, for why you went to visit them.
I responded, SC, that Mr. Apollos' issues in the main was the court matter. That's what I said.
Yeah, in the main, I understand there are secondary issues. In the main is in the main, it's not only the issues. And you did mention they had common work-related issues. But you did say when you left Khanyesa, you did not discuss Mr. Apollos' work-related issues. And I just want you to tell the committee whether did that not settle you with a disappointment?
No, not at all. Mr. Apollos is the one who went at length explaining the court matter. That's what I said. Explaining the court matter, how he applied, what are the issues, what are his challenges, and his decision still to follow the matter. So he concentrated on that issue. Yes, that's what he said in a meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, until that matter was then brought to a halt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you at any point question Mr. Matonsi? But you were here saying the two gentlemen are sharing common issues in regard to workplace. Why didn't we discuss Mr. Apollos? Did you ask him?
No. You mean post the meeting?
Or during the meeting, before the meeting ends, and even post the meeting?
No, maybe SC, there's something that you don't understand.
Please help me.
I'm saying to you, in the meeting, Mr. Sejake laid the discussion, speaks very little about his issues. Mr. Apollos took over, explained the court matters. In the process, the issue of the envelope came, and the discussion was around that. So there was no way I will blame Matunzi on Apollos not raising his issues, raising only issues that relate to the court matter. And I'm saying in the main, at a workplace central to the entire problems that he's facing is around the issues of him being an applicant to a court of law. And I've said that the tensions, relationships then will have a challenge going forward. I understood it to be the issue. So there was no way I would blame Matonzi that he was supposed now to explain all may probably challenges beyond the case, because the person who was supposed to explain that was that, and probably he was distracted by what happened.
Yeah, no, I didn't say blame him. The inquiry is whether did you ask him, but why didn't we discuss the issues we came here for? It's whether you inquired.
No, it was not necessary.
Okay, why was it not necessary?
Because there was no need.
Okay, let me say this, because you drove all the way from Freiburg. Explain to the ad hoc committee for that reason, but you say it's not necessary.
I'm explaining in the context of, in the meeting, there was no need for me to raise that. And I think earlier also I reported that I was uncomfortable, if you recall. I reported that I was uncomfortable to get into, that's why I kept quiet when these things were revealed in a meeting. But I did not have to express it to Matonzi as if he must take the blame.
Yeah, not even to blame him. It's an innocent inquiry from your part, but
For me, it was consequential.
did they pay for your fuel?
No,
Okay,
that's not how we live. The relationship is symbiotic, so we can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I know you know why I'm asking these questions, because maybe I shouldn't put it at that level, that you know why. But this is the reason why I'm asking the question. The purpose for this meeting is presented differently by different witnesses. And if you are told one reason for going to this meeting, but something else transpires, or if the witness says, this is the reason I was given why we are going to this meeting, but something else transpires, it will be surprising if that witness doesn't then say, but you brought me here for this particular reason, but now something else is happening. Can you tell me why? It sounds so unnatural, but you say maybe we see things differently.
Let me accept the way you are structured.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we sound differently. I mean, accept things, look at things differently. But that's not me, personally. I'm just helping to find out what was actually going on here. So, let me go back to Mr. Matonzi's affidavit on that page where he says Mr. Mokgosi agreed to accompany us, and we drove together to Mr. Apollos' place on 2 April 2023 in paragraph 10 of Mr. Sajaki. I've read this paragraph. He also says the journey was relatively short, and he puts a version here. It was rather Mr. Sajaki who did most of the talk, expressing his hatred for Mr. Sekhapo and how he feared losing his job. He boasted having a bomb which would destroy Mr. Sekhapo. Is it your recollection also that this is what?
Like I said, the
In
discussion
transit.
was between Mr. Apollos and Mr. Sejake, who was explaining what he was having.
Sorry, this is now in transit. This is now on the journey.
Where are you?
Paragraph 4 of Mr. Mokgosi agreed to accompany us, and we drove together to Mr. Apollos' place on 2nd April 2023. In paragraph 10 of his affidavit, Mr. Sajake correctly stated that nothing much was said on the way as the journey was relatively short. It was rather Mr. Sajake who did most of the talk, expressing his hatred for Mr. Sekhapo and how he feared losing his job. He boasted having a bomb which would destroy Mr. Sekhapo. Yeah, those last words. Is that also your recollection?
Yes.
Isn't that disclosing the purpose of the meeting?
No, we said in my submission, yes, there could have been in the baggy small talk. I really don't think you would expect us to leave Freiburg and not speak of anything. But the reality is that the discussion with Mr. Apollos, with what Mr. Sejake had, was not a subject of discussion, and I think that's what we responded to. But Mr. Sejake, yes, indeed, he did mention their sought relationship with Mr. Sahab as we were driving to Khanyisa, without necessarily getting into the details of what is this thing that they have, which in his view was called a bomb. But the reality is that, that's why I said sometime when we started that having recording devices may help. Because we can then put into context who said what, under what circumstances.
I think for the inquiry, an affidavit will help with a response to the particular allegations. And these affidavits, which were provided, are unfortunately making certain versions or allegations that are not addressed in your affidavit. And I'm trying to assess without any expectations, because I'm not expecting that you would have kept quiet all the way. I'm not expecting that, and I cannot express that expectation here. I have to find out from you, for the purposes of the committee, getting your version. And the question is simply, I did ask whether you spoke on the way. You did say yes, some talks there and there, but it's because you didn't say this is what Mr. Sejake said. So I'm asking you whether what Mr. Matonsi is saying here, it was rather Mr. Sejake who did most of the talk, expressing his hatred for Mr. Sekhapo and how he feared losing his job. He boasted having a bomb which would destroy Mr. Sekhapo. And my question is simply whether is that your recollection as well.
And that's what I'm saying, and I'm confirming that in that small talk, he did mention those statements.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm saying it cannot then be understood that that was a subject of discussion in the car. I'm saying those small statements in the process were made and were thrown, and we can't say that he did not say those words. He did say them.
He did say them.
Yes.
So you knew as you were driving to Khanyisa that he's saying he has a bomb which would destroy Mr. Sekhapo. It can only be yes after what you told.
No, I'm trying to understand what you are saying.
As you were driving, then you knew he said, boasting, having a bomb which would destroy Mr. Sekhapo.
Yes, I mean, he completely said it, that this man, he's fighting me, I'm going to fight him also. So
Yeah.
that's the essence.
Then paragraph 6, he says we arrived. We were well received, as alleged in paragraph 10 of Mr. Sejake's affidavit. However, Mr. Sejake stated in paragraph 11, I've read this one, because this one leads us to that purpose we mentioned. He says, whereas the purpose of the visit was the unlawful appointment of Sekhapo. It is not true that Mr. Sejake said as mainly a spectator listening to the conversation between Honorable Mokgosi and Mr. Apollos. This was his visit. We had accompanied him. He did most of the talking himself, and I must say he loves the sound of his voice. At this point, Premier, I'm thinking to myself, imagining myself sitting there as placing myself in your shoes, that Matonsi, he goes right into the purpose of the meeting. He goes right into Mr. Sejake doing most of the talking in regard to what he's brought there to Mr. Apollos. And placing myself into your shoes, I should wonder, are we actually here because these people share common issues which are work-related?
I think, with due respect, I think,
Yes.
are you aware that you are restarting what we started this morning?
No, I'm not.
I can tell you that. We are doing exactly that.
Yeah, but why won't you answer the question?
I answered.
What is the answer to your question?
answered.
This is now Matonsi's version. I was reading Mr. Apollos' version.
No, I'm saying what you are asking me now, you are just putting in a different English words. It's the same thing that we started with this morning. You took me through those affidavits and I responded. And you are starting again.
Yeah,
The
but what
same
do
thing. But if you are going to insist that we must continue, I'll ask you that I must consult, because I feel strongly that we are repeating the same thing.
are you not going to answer to Mr. Matonsi's version?
No, I'm saying I did answer in the morning.
So why don't you spend this time answering instead of...
No, I'll not do it.
Oh, you won't answer?
Yeah, I'll not do it.
Okay.
Just 1 second, Premier SC. SC,
Yes.
your question is that you have traversed which version?
Mr. Apollos' version.
And you are now asking
The Premier about Mr. Matonsi's
Mr.
version.
Matonzi's version.
Yes.
Premier, what is the discomfort in answering about Mr. Matonzi's version?
But we did speak about Mr. Matosi this morning.
Not about Mr.
Apollos.
Apollos.
We did speak about Mr. Apollos.
No, wait. 1 second, Premier. You said you spoke about Mr. Apollos,
Yeah. We went through part of the affidavit of Mr. Apollos.
and you are now going through Mr. Matonzi.
Now it's Mr. Matonsi's version.
Okay. Premier, can you please... Yes.
Chairperson? Okay.
All right. We will break for 5 minutes. Are we fine? Can we proceed? Welcome back. Is it on?
Yes, put on the microphone.
Okay. No, Chair, I think after consulting, I think I'm legally advised that my views are correct. That I'm being taken back on what has been discussed from morning. And earlier on in our discussion, I was on this matter of Moate, and the senior counsel then said, before we go there and complete Moate, let's go back to Matons, taking us back without us completing the issue of Moate. Secondly, is that the meeting, no, even before I speak about the meeting, the inconsistency that I spoke about earlier on. Even when Sejake was here, he was never asked about the journey and the discussion in a manner as the senior counsel is doing. But I'm saying, in relation to the meeting, I also explained that this meeting was a meeting of friends, and there's nothing unlawful about this meeting. But if SC feels very strong that this was an unlawful meeting discussing lawful matters, you should be able to express what are the requirements of a legal meeting of friends. He should be able to tell us. If he comes to that conclusion, we should agree that I will not respond to this matter any further. If he concludes, as he says, that the meeting is unlawful, we must proceed and go back to Moate, which we did not complete when he took us back to Matons.
No, thanks, Premier. Shall we flight the powers and privileges, page 108? Premier, in your bundle, AB1, this is the difficulty that I have in terms of what is in front of me. 108, 16.
On
Do you have AB1, Premier?
AB1.
AB1. Whilst you were out, there was a brief discussion in particular between myself and Honorable Sebehwe. 16? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Where? 16? Yes.
16 and 17.
Are you having?
Section 16 or 17.
I have AB1. What?
Yes, you are fine, Premier. I just want them to flight it on the back there as well. Yes, it's AB1.
It's page 103.
I don't know which pages. In front of me, I have 108.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. The section starts on page 107, section 16, and 17 is on page 108.
Okay, yes, I think.
Which page is it?
Yeah. Premier, AB1, 107 is where 16 starts.
107.
Yeah, and then it flows to 108. It's just the difficulties that we are having in terms of your debate with the SC. Have you found it?
Yeah, I'm on page 107,
At the bottom.
number 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of the privileges of witnesses, it reads subject to subsection 2, the law regarding privilege as applicable to a witness summoned to give evidence or to produce a document before the High Court of South Africa applies to the examinations of a person in terms of section 15. 2. A person who is being examined under oath or affirmation in terms of section 15 may be required to answer any question put to him or her in connection with the subject of the inquiry, and to produce any document that he or she is requested to produce under that section, despite the fact that the answer or the document would incriminate him or her or would tend to expose him or her to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Evidence given under oath or affirmation by a person before a house or committee may not be used against that person in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings where the person concerned stands trial on a charge of perjury or a charge contemplated in 17(1)(c) or 2(d) or (e). Then 17(1)(c) then says, offences relating to a witness, a person who fails without sufficient cause to answer fully or satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to him or her under section 15b or Roman numeral 2, to produce any document in his or her possession or custody or under his or her control which he or she has been required to produce under section 15b, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 12 months or to both the fine and the imprisonment. I think I must leave it there. I'm raising this, Premier, to say our difficulty is just that the section requires, the section 16(2) requires the witness to answer any question that he or she may be required to answer. That's the difficulty, and I can hear the debate between yourself and SC. And I was asking myself, how do I break the stalemate? And I realized that my hands are tied. If Premier could please assist us just in responding to the questions that the SC would put. SC, if you could please in your questioning consider the issues that the Premier has raised.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. The practice has been, Premier, if you have seen, is that the witnesses who come here are presented presented with the evidence of those of others. The evidence of others is put to them so that we can get their response to it. In this case, I have to traverse the evidence of Mr. Apollos, Mr. Sejake, and now Mr. Matonsi, which is not dealt with in your affidavit, to give you the opportunity to respond to it, so that the ad hoc committee has the benefit of your version in regard to what they are saying. Because all three of them are not necessarily consistent in what they're saying. And one has to move along their versions, various versions, to place that before you. Now we are at Mr. Matonsi's affidavit, which is one of, I don't know, is it the witness or one of the witnesses who is identified as corroborating your evidence. I'm going to move on. We've read, I came only once to Mr. Matonsi's affidavit earlier, but only to a piece of a paragraph, which was paragraph 6, about the purpose of the meeting. I'm not going to traverse that again with you. Yeah. So well, the answer I had posed was, what was that question again? Not the answer, the question I had posed. Can you remember?
No.
No, you can't remember. Okay. But let's move on. I know let's move on. The applicants could never have made it without Mr. Sejaka's support. Paragraph 6 on page, what page is it? Page 5 of Mr. Matonsi's affidavit. Page 5, paragraph 6.
Mr. Matonzi's affidavit.
Yes, that's correct. WB 6. WB 6.
This one. 7.
There. She found it. Thank you very much. So 6, he talks about the purpose of the meeting, and Mr. Sejaki doing most of the talking. And then paragraph 7. It was clear to us that Mr. Apollos and Sejaki had met several times before. By the nature of their conversation, there was nothing unusual about this, as we all knew that Mr. Sejaki was a secret hand and voice behind the application to have the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo set aside. The secret hand and voice behind the application. Well, he ascribes that knowledge, he says, to all of, we all knew, and I'm sorry I have to do this, Premier. Is that a correct characterization of your knowledge?
No, I think Mr. Matonzi can better explain that point.
Okay. So let me also...
Just 1 second, SC. Can we please have a little bit of volume on the SC's mic and on the Premier's mic? Suddenly the volume has gone down. I don't know. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Premier, let me perhaps clarify why this is important, because just when you read what Mr. Matonsi is saying, we all knew, and that's the 3 of you who are paying, 4 in fact, paying a visit. No, sorry, let me discount Mr. Sejaki, because the knowledge relates to what you know about him. He says, we all knew that Mr. Sejaki was a secret hand. He ascribes that knowledge to the 3 of you. So if you say to the committee, Mr. Matonsi can better explain that, you don't provide the committee with your knowledge in regard to what is stated there as a secret hand and voice behind the application. You're leaving a question mark. But I'm going to proceed. I hope then the members of the honorable members of the ad hoc committee can make follow-ups with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you want me to validate a characterization of a person by another one. And I'm saying he can explain better. I don't have a view on that.
Yeah, but also your understanding of my question is not correct.
Okay.
Yes. I'm saying Mr. Matonzi ascribes to all three of you this particular knowledge. Is that correct, that you knew? That's all I'm asking. Because if Mr. Matonzi's version is not denied by you, that's the version the committee has. I would have put it to you. Your attorney will tell you. If you don't say, no, he's lying, I didn't know anything about this, then it stands.
It is his version.
Okay.
Yes.
The paragraph proceeds. Even though Mr. Sejake's motive of helping Mr. Apollos was somehow motivated by personal vendetta against Mr. Sekhapo, it does not take away the fact that the appointment was indeed marred with irregularities which have been confirmed by the courts. He says nothing there about you, so I don't need to ask you that. You see that? Yeah. He's expressing his own view. Paragraph 8, he then talks about Mr. Sejake reaching into his envelope, unleashed what perhaps was the proverbial bomb he claimed to possess. And he explains what he was in possession of, a letter he claimed had come from Anonymous. Attached to this letter was a BUE certificate and an academic record which allegedly belongs to Mr. Sekhapo. And we are not in possession of this. I'm going to go fast because I want to get to a particular point here, Premier. We are not in possession of this letter and its accompanying documents. Either Mr. Sejake or Mr. Sekhapo must be able to provide the committee with these documents. Paragraph 9 says, from my memory, the academic record had only 14 modules of Mr. Sejake. And Mr. Sejake remarked that these modules were mainly first and second year modules. There was only one module which appeared to be a third year module. It was impossible for a degree to be completed with only 14 modules. The documents were seemingly fraudulent. Even if the degree was not a product of forgery, it is not an equivalent of LLB. The mayor had not sent Mr. Sekhapo's tertiary qualification for verification as required by the regulations. And then he says, we all agreed with his assessment, as we still do to this present day. And there again, he makes that we all agreed. And for your benefit again, and the committee, I'm going to ask you that question. Your comment on this?
See, if we, in this instance, refers to us, it assumes that there was a discussion and we came to a conclusion. And it's on that basis that if it is his version, I have my version on qualifications, and I'm going to come to that point when I speak about Mr. Moate's report. I'll have an opportunity to speak about what he refers here.
Yes. So, you don't want to deal with it now? This,
No.
we all agreed.
No, I'm saying the collective use of we
All.
suggests that there was a discussion on this and we came to a conclusion. And I'm saying he can better explain we if it means myself. And I'm saying it is his version. He may explain better who is we. Assuming that we is me, I'm not supporting this version because I was not part of the discussion around it. It's issues that are touched here relates also to qualifications. I have what I've seen in your bundles. It's what I'm going to speak to.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to speak about LLBs in the context of we here.
Oh. Okay. So I'm also trying to avoid it being an appearance of a cross-examination, because I'm going to leave you then at that point, because at least I've done, it's a we all, it's not just we, but it is the word all, agreed. And there's only a handful of people in that room. He will not be referring to people outside of that room. We all agreed with his assessment, this is the Jacques' assessment, as we still do to this present day. Premier, I'm not persisting with that. You still stick to your position.
Yeah,
Okay.
my views are still like that.
That's fine. Then he goes on about the Supreme Court and corridor gossip, which the committee did ask him questions on. It doesn't relate to you, so I'm not going to ask you anything about that. And then I did ask you about paragraph 12. I will not traverse that. This is where the grabbing the bull by the horns comes in.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. It's not me. It's not me.
Okay.
It's not me. So, I think I'm at the juncture then where we can go to that chronology in regard to Cllr, the receiving of the pack, and so on. And perhaps that's where you may want to deal with what you say is your version of the qualifications. So please go back to that letter. And you see, yes, you know, Mr. Sorry, I just needed to mention this as it is brought to my attention. Premier, pause for a moment. I just want them to flag something on the screen there. The affidavit of Mr. Matonsi again. So, because this is the issue you were raising earlier, paragraph 8 of page 8, paragraph 13. And I was saying I recall Mr. Apollos, Mr. Montwedi, and I wasn't quite sure about Mr. Matonsi, but I see he actually raised that issue also. I was a bit vague on, my recollection was vague. What you raised this morning about the discrepancies in Mr. Sejakis' affidavit regarding a draft opinion and a draft report. I recall asking Mr. Matonsi, because somewhere in his affidavit he says a draft advice, legal advice, and a draft legal opinion. But here he criticizes Mr. Sejaki as well. He says in paragraph 15.1, Mr. Sejaki alleged that Mr. Mokgosi produced a draft report from Cllr.
Where are you, SA?
Page
8,
13, the very top paragraph.
13, on
Yeah.
top.
He says, this is not true. I challenge Mr. Sejaki to produce a copy of the alleged report. So Mr. Matonsi has seen the affidavits of Mr. Sejaki. I challenge him to produce the alleged report. In his earlier affidavit, You see, he mentions that paragraph 11. Mr. Jati mentioned that Mr. Mokgosi was in possession of Sekhapo's CV, the checklist, Mr. Sekhapo's academic records, supporting documents. In paragraph 15, he stated that Mr. Mokgosi sought to discredit the appointment. But the point is, here is one of the witnesses having knowledge of the affidavits you were dealing with this morning, and you were pointing out to the ad hoc committee. Don't be confused. I'm only pointing out there's these two affidavits. Or are you reading something there?
No, I'm listening.
Yeah. But remember, there he mentions paragraph 14. He says in paragraph 15, he stated that Mr. Mokgosi sought to discredit the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo, notwithstanding the existence of an internal legal opinion from Cllr, which stated that there were no irregularities in the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo. It must be noted that in this affidavit, he mentions an internal legal opinion, and in the other, he mentions a draft report. And he mentions, lip service. I can't see. Yeah, lip service is paid to these documents without annexing the same. That's the same criticism you're talking about. You were referring the members of the ad hoc committee, honorable members. You see that? Say yes.
No, what's the point? what point are you driving home?
No, I'm saying it confirms, like you were doing, that there are the first and the second affidavit.
Yes.
Yes. And the criticism is that in the one affidavit he says a legal opinion, and in the other affidavit he says a draft report.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not asking you tricky questions. Don't worry. And now is the right time to go to that letter. Now, this is in the RB1, reference bundle 1. Yeah. Reference bundle 1, page 33. Is that RB1, page 33? Yes. So, Premier, we're going to go from this page yeah. So that's the cover letter that was addressed by the mayor to the MEC, to which was attached the pack of documentation relating to the recruitment process. The letter, on the face of it, according to the Cllr stamp, it was received on the 23rd of March 2023, received office of the MEC by one Mr. M. Siheri at 15:50. Yes. I'm giving you time to just digest what you see there. You will let me know when you're ready.
Yes,
Okay.
I can see.
So all we want to do is to show the sequence of events from delivery of the recruitment report by the mayor, the sequence of events, or perhaps the timeline, not sequence of events, the timeline. You're reading intently then. I'm waiting.
Now I'm with you.
Should we proceed? Okay.
Yes.
And then, from there, we go to that page you were at. So there's delivery at 15:50 on the 23rd of March. Then the pack is taken to, internally it makes its rounds. Page 309 of the same bundle you have in front of you. 309.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think you are familiar with this document. Then is received on the same date by Ms. E.M. Mokgosi at 15:56, so 6 minutes after delivery. Then we scroll down. There's the date then of received 27 March 2023. Apparently is by Ms. Matsike. And thereafter, on the 31st of March 2023, 4 days later, is received by Mr. Moate, Ditola Hendrik Moate. So he was here yesterday. He testified in regard to this document to the extent he has knowledge of receiving it on the 31st of March 2023. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
And then he says he did his part of the draft report, evaluation report, and he submitted it to Ms. Mokgosi. Now we can see on the face of the evaluation report, Ms. Mokgosi signed it on the 31st of March 2023 as well. I think you showed us, you mentioned it that earlier, yeah. The 31st of March 2023. Now, Mr. Maote says when he drafted, after he prepared the draft evaluation report, he also prepares a letter that should be signed by the MEC going back to the mayor. He said that letter was dated 31 March 2023. However, the letter that was ultimately signed by the Premier, it has a typed date of 11 April 2023 and not 31 March 2023.
The letter signed by the Premier.
By the Premier. By the MEC, I beg your pardon. You almost chopped off my head, sorry. By the MEC. Are you able to show that letter? The one of dated 11 April 2023. This letter. So he says he would have prepared this letter at the same time when he does the evaluation draft report and dated it 31 March 2023. Now, this date is there, however, the Premier signed the letter, the MEC, Mr. Premier, thank you, Chairperson, you must knock. The MEC only signed the letter on 26 April 2023. If you go back to the evaluation report. So on the 31st of March, there is a draft report that exists. Up. No, I want the letter. On the 31st, the letter. The letter that circulates within the court. Yeah, this one. This letter. This letter. Page 309. Yes, this letter. So we go to the end of it. Yes. So by 31 October 2023 is the evidence of Mr. Maote that a draft report, evaluation report exists, and he presents it to Ms. Mutle, the acting chief director at the time. The document, it's a draft report, evaluation report, which, according to his evidence, it was supportive or positive of their appointment. It is signed by, the final one, however, is signed by Ms. Mutle also on the 31st of March 2023, but it's a different outcome. And before I get to that, we see here on the face of this document, on the 3rd of April 2023, Mr. Muipulai signs for receipt at 12:20. Mr. Muipulai has not come here yet. Mr. Moate couldn't explain that because Mr. Muipulai was his director, his immediate superior, and Mr. Moate says on the 31st of March, he couldn't get hold of Mr. Muipulai. Now, I'm giving you all this because of the chronology of events. Mr. Muipulai signs that 3rd April 2023, and also on the 3rd of April 2023, Dr. Bole signs the final report. Let's go to that page. Also on the 3rd of April 2023, the report itself. So there Ms. Mutle on the 31st, and the HOD Cllr then also signs on the 3rd of April 2023. Now, it is in the intervening period between the 31st of March 2023 and the 3rd of April 2023, that there is a meeting of the 2nd of April 2023.
Okay, I see where you are going.
I'm only presenting the evidence.
Yeah.
It is not me. This should not be a duel between you and me. And on that is a Sunday, I think, the 2nd of April 2023. And the witnesses, at least insofar as Mr. Mokgosi is concerned, Mr. Sejake is concerned, Mr. Apollos is concerned, they were told there is a draft report which is positive in support of the appointment of Mr. Sekhapo. And this committee is not appointed to support that or protect that. I'm just conveying to you the state of affairs. That there's a draft report which supports the appointment, which happens to be the same as the version of Mr. Muate. That I arrived at a positive outcome. And remember then, on the version of Mr. Sejake, you then tell Mr. Apollos, you are concerned this report is positive. He must go get anything to make sure that, what is the word? Can't recall the word. Get anything that will ensure that Mr. Sejake, is it this? I need to, Mr. Sekhapo's position is either startled. I'm using that word very carefully because I don't have the wording in front of me. Now I've painted that picture to you of the evidence that appears before the ad hoc committee. And the question obviously is, could it have been a coincidence that in this meeting of the 2nd of April 2023, it would have been known in that site meeting that there's a positive report of Cllr that is supportive of the appointment. And the version of one witness is go find anything that we could use against this appointment.
Can I get clarity? Did I hear you where you are saying Sejake, Apollos, Matonzi were aware that there is a report which is positive to the appointment? Is it what you are saying?
No. I'm saying the version, when you look at the version of these witnesses, is that there is a positive report. And I'm not saying it produced by you or produced by Sejake, but in the meeting, there's this draft report that the outcome of which coincides with the version of Mr. Muate of Cllr, that it has reached a positive assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the narrative is wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong to say in a meeting where I was present,
Yes.
there was consensus that there is a report which sounds positive. Because that's how I understand that general submissions from what you are saying of people who were present in the meeting and who have submitted submissions here as witnesses
Okay.
It's not correct.
So let's confine it then to Sejake's version. Mr. Sejake's.
Yes, I think you must be specific and not use Sejake in a generalization form.
Mm-hmm.
In
Sejake's
the
version.
version of Sejake,
Yes.
he has information that there is a report, and he says, I brought the report in that meeting, which I suppose it should have been seen by everybody, that report. Mr. Segapo here, when he made submissions, he said,
Yes.
there is a report which was positive, and that report could not have been tampered with in a meeting in Ganyesa. That report can only have been tampered in the MEC's office. That's what he said when he was here. Now, the issue here is, which is a very interesting observation. The Chief Whip, Lazarus Mokgosi, where is he in this submission? The line of evidence says, is it a coincidence? Because the meeting took place on the 2nd, and Mr. Mwande said he had a report, and it means the 1st and the 2nd and the 3rd, they could not trace the whereabouts of Mr. I forgot his name, Mr. Muipolai. But when you look at,
Except, let me just correct, because except he said he looked for him only on the 31st of March, 2023.
yes,
Yeah.
but go back to the report where it was signed by Ms. Mutle.
Yes, the page before this, yes.
Ms. Mutle says, I'm the acting chief director local government. And I'm not sure at this point, Mr. Who's the Mr. Muipolai, I assume is the one who was supposed to sign, who the Mr. Mwate says went missing.
He couldn't.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
He couldn't find
He could not find. He went missing. In a work environment, you don't know where your supervisor is. He went missing. Now, this person says, I'm the acting chief director. Now, if somebody acts, I don't work at local government. I don't know even these people. My assumption is that he was acting on behalf of Mr. Muipolai. If Mr. Pulai was the one who was supposed to sign after Mr. Mwat, I assume. Now, if that is the
Let me just correct. think the year 1998 is missing, as I recall. When we were looking at it, the transcript itself, you have 1994. Yes, there it's missing. 94, 95, 96, 97, and then it jumps to 99. And I was wondering why, but now I see from your testimony, taking us through these documents, that year of 1998 appears somewhere else for the MBA, which is incomplete. I see that. Chairperson, what we could do is to, I think I'm fairly complete, have arrived at the end of my leading of the Premier, Honorable Premier, Mr. Mokgosi. And what may remain then might be questions by honorable members of the ad hoc committee. I could always come back in reply if you quote unquote.
No problem. Premier, we have come to the end of our day in what would have been a very grueling week for us. And you have been around here for what, 9 hours essentially? We can normally go till 8, 9, but we don't have anything to continue. Our discussion was around the 13th. I am aware that you may have a challenge, but we are going to be unfortunately, members have got to give up their Saturdays as well, so we can just make progress. So you've got the 13th and the 14th. I know about the challenge which I raised with you, not the one you raised with me, the one I raised with you. So it may very well have to be that we look at the 14th to just conclude on this. Unfortunately, you will remain under oath until you return. Mr. Apollos reminded us that we had him under oath from November to January, so I'm not...
It doesn't work like that.
Yes, no, I just... but Premier, we want to express our gratitude. We know it is frustrating, at times irritating, but it is a task which we want to conclude diligently. So we will reconvene then on the 13th and the 14th, honourable members. We will conclude with the Premier, Mr. Groep, just on which day, so that in terms of our planning, we then, I suspect the Premier is here, but he'll talk to you. I suspect that it will be the 14th. And if that's the case, then we'll have to plan for the 13th, because we have 2 people, if I'm not mistaken, that we still need to do it. I think we can do them on the 13th. If the Premier is not going to make the 13th. If he makes it, then we'll move them to the 14th. Yeah, so honourable members, we've come to the end of our day. Thank you very much. Premier, thank you very much. We will reconvene then on the 13th and 14th.
Thank you, Chairperson.